Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. While the kids screamed for Santa inside the community center, I was outside in the snow, following a voice in the dark, until my flashlight landed on the red suit and the man tied to the tree inside it. That is the sentence that has been stuck in my head for 12 years. It sounds fake. I know it does. If I heard it at the start of a horror video, I would probably assume someone made it up for views. But this is exactly how that night went. And I need you to at least picture it the way I still see it every December. It was one of those small-town Christmas parties you have probably been to 100 times. Rotary Club, cheap decorations, lukewarm coffee in big metal urns, the Maple Ridge Community Center on Oak Lane, cinder block walls, and buzzing fluorescent lights, the whole hall echoing with kids running in circles while their parents yell over Mariah Carey playing through speakers that should have been replaced 10 years ago. My dad was in charge of the event that year. His best friend, Tom, was supposed to be Santa. We had the suit hanging in a back room, a big red sack of premium gifts stacked on the stage, and a plan that was, honestly, way too easy to abuse. One man leaves the table at 8 o'clock, puts on a costume, walks back in through the side door. Everybody cheers. Nobody questions who is actually under the beard, until someone else decides to put it on first. While my town sang Christmas songs and pointed their phones at a Santa who was not Tom, I was out behind that same building, in snow, up to my ankles, phone flashlight shaking in my hand, trying to follow a weak, broken voice calling help from the tree line. If you keep listening, I will tell you exactly what I found tied to that tree, what was already gone from the parking lot, and why I have not trusted a Santa suit or a free gifts for every child flyer ever again. I used to think Christmas parties were the safest place in the world. That was the sentence that kept looping in my head the day I drove back to Maple Ridge. If you have ever gone home for the holidays after your first semester of college, you know the feeling. That weird mix of boredom and comfort, like your whole hometown has been kept in a glass case while you were gone. I was 19 that year, coming back from a state school 3 hours away, the kind of place with bigger parking lots than traditions. Western Pennsylvania in December is not pretty, not really. It is just gray. The highway home was one long smear of salt and slush. Trucks threw dirty water onto my windshield, wipers beating it back in a tired rhythm. On the radio, some station was doing an all-Christmas marathon, the same 10 songs spinning over and over, all sleigh bells and fake cheer through weak speakers. Out the window, the sky had that flat, dull look it gets right before snow decides what it wants to be. Not a storm, not yet, just a heavy ceiling, hanging low over bare trees and billboards. Inside the car, the soundscape was stupidly comforting. Heater fan on medium. The faint rattle from something loose in the back seat. My turn signal clicking too fast at every exit ramp. I remember my fingers tapping the steering wheel at a red light. More nervous energy than rhythm. Watching the town sign appear through a mix of road spray and early dusk. Maple Ridge. Pop. 7412. Same sign. Same paint, chipped off the number. The first thing you see coming into Maple Ridge is the gas station on the corner of Oak and County. Same busted canopy lights, Same handwritten firewood sign leaning against the ice chest. Across the road is the strip mall that has been half empty for as long as I can remember. A pizza place that keeps changing names, a nail salon, a hardware store, and 3 dark windows with for lease signs curling at the corners. I hit the turn signal out of habit, even though there was no one behind me. Main Street was exactly as half dead as I left it. A couple of wreaths strapped crookedly to light poles, one of them missing half its fake berries. The old movie theater, now a church, had a plastic nativity scene out front. Baby Jesus staring up at a sky he could not see through the light pollution and cloud cover. Tires hissed along the wet pavement, and somewhere far off, a train horn moaned once and then was gone. I drove past the diner where my friends and I used to sit for hours in high school, splitting one order of fries because none of us had money. Past the high school parking lot, already coated with a thin crust of white. Past the little bank branch, with its digital sign flashing the temperature in angry red digits. 29 degrees. I did not need the reminder. The Maple Ridge Community Center sits a block off Main on Oak Lane, wedged between the high school and a tiny park with 3 sad trees and 1 bench. I turned down Oak and felt that old muscle memory kick in, the way my hands adjusted on the wheel without thinking. I had been driving to that building for school plays, craft fairs, pancake breakfasts, and election days since I was old enough to buckle my own seatbelt. It never got prettier. From the front, the community center is just a long, low rectangle of cinder block, painted some color that might once have been beige before time, and weather turned it into dirty snow. Above the double doors hangs the sign, Maple Ridge, Rec. Blue plastic letters backlit by a panel that tries to glow evenly, but fails. The ridge part always flickers, so at night it looks like it is stuttering. Maple GE Rec. The parking lot is wide and flat, ringed with those tall sodium vapor lights that make everything look like an old photo. Yellow, grainy, a little sick. I pulled into the lot, tires crunching on the first thin sheet of ice. There were only a few cars there that afternoon. My dad's old Chevy, the town's white maintenance truck, and some anonymous compact car I did not recognize. The rest of the spaces were empty, just dark asphalt filmed with frost, waiting to be filled with minivans and SUVs loaded with kids. I turned the engine off and sat for a second, letting the sudden quiet press in. The heater fan died, leaving only the ticking of the cooling engine and the faint thrum of the building's HVAC bleeding through the walls. You could hear the wind a little, scraping across the lot. The radio clicked off with the key, cutting Jingle Bell Rock mid-chorus. It should have felt peaceful. It did not. Inside, the smell hit first. If your town has a place like this, you know it. Old floor wax, stale coffee soaked into the carpet fibers of the lobby, a hint of chlorine from the rec center's tiny indoor pool that no one uses anymore. The fluorescent lights in the entry hummed with that high insect whine that you do not notice until you are alone. "Back here," my dad's voice called, faint but familiar, from the main hall. I followed the sound past the bulletin board littered with flyers. Yoga classes, lost cat, holiday party, December 23rd, premium gifts for every child, in bold letters with a smiling cartoon Santa. I did not think much about those words then. Premium gifts. It sounded like a promise, not a target. The double doors to the main hall opened on a space that looked impossibly big when I was a kid, and merely large now. Cinder block walls, hardwood floor polished to a dull shine, metal folding chairs stacked in tall, leaning towers. At one end, the small stage with its faded red curtain and chipped steps. At the other, the industrial kitchen window where coffee urns and trays of food would show up tomorrow night. Dad was at the far end, wrestling a table into place by himself. He looked smaller in that huge empty room than I remembered, just a guy in a flannel shirt with a roll of tape hanging from his wrist. "Hey, you made it," he said, straightening up, a little out of breath. His voice bounced off the walls, coming back with a slight echo. "Come on, help me make this place look like it's not held together with duct tape and prayers." I dropped my bag by the wall and walked out into the center of the hall, my footsteps hollow on the wood. Memories came in little flashes, not dramatic, just ordinary. The echo of a microphone squealing during a school talent show, the smell of burnt pancakes at Rotary breakfasts, the way Tom used to do an over-the-top Santa entrance for the kids when I was 8 or 9. He would stomp his boots extra hard and bellow "ho ho ho" so loud it made the ceiling tiles shake. I think that is why I noticed it. I was halfway to my dad when I heard bells. Not loud, not the full jingle you hear in a song. Just a faint, chiming sound from somewhere behind me, down the back hallway that led to the storage rooms and the side exit. 2, maybe 3 little jangles, like someone had moved a handful of metal against metal and then stopped. I turned around instinctively. The doors to the hallway were half shut, the light beyond them dimmer, more yellow. No movement, no shadow slipping past, just the open rectangle of air, and the sound cut off, as if it had never been there. "Did you hear that?" I asked, more to fill the emptiness than because I expected an answer. Dad did not even look up from the table. "Hear what?" "Nothing," I said, automatically. You learn not to bother adults with sounds they did not catch. Probably the heater. I walked toward the back anyway. The hall smelled colder as I got nearer. That drafty, dusty smell buildings have in the parts no one uses much. The fluorescent lights back here buzzed at a slightly different pitch, a little lower, just enough to be noticeable if you were listening for it. My sneakers scuffed on the scuffed linoleum, the sound swallowed faster by the narrower walls. At the end of the hallway was the storage room where we kept decorations, extra chairs, the Santa suit. The door was closed. I put my hand on the knob and just stood there for a second. Not because I expected anything dramatic, but because the silence felt loaded. Like the second before someone drops a tray in a crowded cafeteria. When I opened the door, it was just a storage room. Metal shelves, cardboard boxes labeled in my dad's handwriting, a plastic tub full of tangled Christmas lights. In the corner, hanging from a cheap plastic hanger on a nail, was the Santa suit in its dry cleaner's bag, red fabric dulled by the clear plastic. No movement, no bells. The only sound was the constant hum of the soda machine against the wall in the lobby, bleeding through the cinder block, and the insect whine of the overhead light. It all felt normal, completely ordinary. And yet, as I stood there staring at that suit, the hairs on my arms were standing up like I had just walked into a freezer. It felt less like I had heard something, and more like I had walked through the echo of something that had already happened and was going to happen again. Old sound stuck in the walls. That is how I tried to explain it to myself. But if that was true, then something in this building had been practicing its entrance long before I ever stepped through those doors that day. If you had walked into the hall an hour later, you would have thought it was just another small-town Christmas party getting ready to happen. That was the worst part, looking back on it. Nothing about the setup screamed danger. It was all folding tables and extension cords, and my dad trying to squeeze too many good intentions into one room. "So, this year's a big deal," he said, after I came back from checking the storage room. We were dragging a table toward the middle of the floor, its metal legs shrieking against the wood. "Bigger than usual." "Bigger how?" I asked, mostly to be polite. He nodded toward the stack of cardboard boxes near the stage. Bank logos were stamped on the sides, a little blue house icon with their name under it. I recognized it from the digital sign on Main Street. "They gave us a grant," Dad said. "Holiday outreach. Every kid gets something nicer than socks, and a coloring book this time. We've got tablets, headphones, controllers, name brand stuff. Might be the only decent gift some of these kids see this year." He said it simple, no big speech, but there was a kind of glow in his face. My dad liked this kind of thing. He was the type who signed up for every food drive and charity golf tournament. If there was a sign-up sheet with the word volunteer on it, his name was already there. I walked over to the boxes, running my finger along the cold cardboard. A couple were already open, packing paper crumpled back. Inside, I could see the slick plastic of tablet boxes, the glossy pictures of smiling kids wearing big over-ear headphones, the eager fonts promising wireless freedom and all-day battery life. "Not bad for Maple Ridge," I said, and I meant it. "Yeah," Dad replied, pride slipping into his voice. "The bank wants good press. We want happy kids. Everybody wins." We spent the next half hour unloading those boxes, our breath coming a little harder as we carried stacks from the lobby down the hallway to the storage room. The sound of it all was weirdly satisfying. Cardboard scraping against cardboard, the slap of boxes as we set them on the shelves, the crinkle of packing paper being stuffed into trash bags. The hall amplified everything. Even the smallest noises ricocheted off the cinder block. Outside, the light coming through the high windows dimmed another shade. The gray of the sky thickened, blurred by the first thin streaks of falling snow. I caught myself checking the parking lot once or twice, half expecting other cars, other people. It was still mostly empty. We had just finished stacking the last of the bank boxes when the front doors banged open so hard they rattled. A familiar voice boomed across the empty hall. "Where's my elf?" "Back here," Dad yelled, louder than usual, grin already in his voice. Tom strode into the hall like he owned it, boots thudding on the wood. He was one of those guys who never seemed to walk quietly. Everything he did had volume, like the world was a little bit deaf, and he was compensating. His cheeks were already pink from the cold, gray hair sticking out from under a beanie, heavy coat dusted with flakes. "College boy," he called when he saw me, arms spreading wide. "Look at you. Forgot all about us little people yet? Or you still remember where the coffee is?" He pulled me into a hug that smelled like cold air, black coffee, and whatever cheap aftershave he had been using since the 90s. Then he clapped my dad on the back, hard enough to make him stumble. "You ready for the big show?" Dad asked. Tom wiggled his eyebrows. "Born ready." Dad led us both down the hallway toward the storage room. The fluorescents buzzed louder back there, or maybe it was just that my ears were still full of Tom's voice. "You got it from the costume shop?" Tom asked, rubbing his hands together. Not that thrift store monstrosity from 2 years ago, right? You're going to love this one, Dad said. He was right. When he swung the storage room door open, the new Santa suit almost glowed against the drab background. It hung from the nail where I'd seen the dry cleaner's bag earlier, but now the plastic was peeled down. The fabric was a thick, rich red, not the faded thin stuff you see in discount stores. The white trim looked soft instead of scratchy. The black belt had a big fake gold buckle that at least would look good from a distance. The beard was full and white and curled just enough at the ends to look storybook. Tom let out a low whistle. "Now that's a suit," he said. "Kids are going to lose their minds." He stepped up to it reverently, running his fingers over the sleeve, then turned back toward us. His face transformed in an instant. He scowled, puffed out his chest, and dropped his voice to a deeper register. "You've been good this year, right?" he boomed, sending his words bouncing off the shelves. "Because Santa knows if you've been too much," I laughed. But there was something reassuring in the way his voice filled the space. This was a script we had all read 100 times. "The plan is the same?" Tom asked Dad, slipping out of the fake persona. "Yeah," Dad said. "Nothing fancy. 8 o'clock sharp, you sneak out from our table. Come back here, suit up, and then head out the back door. Walk around the building, come in the side door on the right. I'll kill the music for a second. We'll ring some bells, and you make your big entrance. We'll have the sack loaded and on the stage by then." He gestured to the corner, where we had already dragged a big red canvas bag out of storage. It lay on the floor now, empty, mouth yawning open. Tomorrow night, we would transfer all the gifts from those tidy bank boxes into that sack for show. It was theater. We all knew that. The kids were not supposed to see cardboard and shipping labels. They were supposed to see magic. Tom nodded along like a coach reviewing a play. In, out, ho, ho, ho. Hand out the loot, pose for pictures, eat cookies until my blood sugar is a crime scene. Got it. When you walk in, keep to the right, Dad added. Cameras on that side. People at the bank want footage, I guess. Promotional stuff. I noticed it then for the first time. The mention of the camera. I had seen cameras in the building before, little black domes in the lobby and near the front desk, but I had never paid attention to the one by the side exit. That was background, like exit signs and fire extinguishers. "Come on," Tom said, clapping his gloved hands together. "Let me try the voice out there. I need to check the acoustics." We went back into the main hall. It felt slightly different now, like the presence of the suit in the other room had changed the temperature by a degree. The ventilation system kicked on with a low rumble, warm air beginning to push through the vents overhead. Somewhere in the kitchen, beyond the far wall, the old coffee percolator started its familiar popping, metal ticking softly as it heated up. Tom marched to the center of the room, planted his boots, filled his lungs, and let it rip. Ho! 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 It slammed into my ears like 3 friendly punches. His voice bounced off cinder block and ceiling tiles, came back a fraction of a second later. For a moment, the empty hall was full of Santa, like the character had stepped into the room ahead of the body that was going to wear him. Dad laughed. "Perfect. Just don't blow your voice out before tomorrow." "Please," Tom snorted. "I could do this in my sleep." He did it again, softer this time, testing different tones. The echo changed with him, stretching, tightening, like the building was trying on voices the way he would soon be trying on the suit. After a while, Dad went off to the kitchen to fuss with the coffee and snack tables, leaving me to handle the less glamorous work. I unspooled orange extension cords from a plastic reel, the rubber cold and stiff in my hands, and began taping them down along the floor near the stage so nobody would trip. Each rip of duct tape was a harsh, satisfying sound in the big room. I smoothed the tape with my palm, feeling the slight stickiness against my skin. By the side door, near the right wall, someone had taped one of the event flyers at eye level. I saw it every time I knelt and stood, kneeling to tape, standing to check my work. "Free community holiday party," it shouted in fat red letters. "Premium electronics for every child." Just below, the exclamation mark practically vibrating, the bank's logo sat proudly at the bottom, along with the date, time, and our community center's address. This has been everywhere. I called toward the kitchen, more to myself than anyone. They put these in the post office, the grocery store, even at the gas station. Dad's voice floated back, half muffled by the wall. "Good. Means we'll have a full house." I stared at the words for a few seconds longer than I needed to. Anywhere in town, anyone with eyes could see. Expensive things. In one building, at one time, for free. I had not thought about it until that moment. It was like a grocery list for the wrong kind of person. I shook it off and went back to the cords. As I worked my way toward the side exit, the one Tom would use for his grand entrance, I happened to glance up. The security camera above that door was not how I remembered it. It was one of those old, boxy models. Gray plastic casing mounted high on the wall, pointed down at the doorway. Only now, it was not quite pointed at anything. The whole unit was tilted slightly to the left, like someone had bumped it and no one had bothered to straighten it. Dust clung thick around the edges, a soft gray halo. One spider had decided the corner was home. A neat web shimmered in the stale, fluorescent light. What bothered me most, though, was the little red light on the front. It was off. I stood there with a strip of tape hanging from my fingers, looking up at that dead eye. For some reason, I could almost hear it the way you hear silence in a room where something has just shut off. The hall hummed, the vents sighed, the percolator in the kitchen made a hollow pop. My own heartbeat felt loud in my ears. "Hey, Dad," I called, voice echoing more than I expected. "Did they, turn the cameras on for tomorrow?" He stepped out of the kitchen, wiping his hands on a towel, following my gaze. "Oh, that thing?" He shrugged. "Half the time it doesn't even work. Town was supposed to replace it years ago. We've never had trouble here anyway. Don't worry about it." He went back inside, the door swinging shut behind him with a soft thud. I forced myself to tear the tape free and bend down again, pressing another strip over the extension cord, smoothing it flat. My knees popped loudly in the quiet, making me flinch at my own bones. But even as I worked, my attention kept slipping back to that blank little square of plastic over the exit, to the tilt of it, to the lifeless, unblinking red light that should have been glowing. It was such a small thing, just a broken camera in an old building. At the time, it felt like a detail. Later, it would feel like an invitation. Evening in that building always sneaks up on you. There are no real windows in the main hall, just those high, narrow panes near the ceiling that let in strips of sky like someone forgot how big a window is supposed to be. 1 minute, the light is a dull gray band up there, The next, it has turned the color of old bruises, and the fluorescents have quietly become the only thing holding the room together. I noticed the change in sound before I registered the time. One moment, I could still hear the world outside. The hiss of cars rolling past on Oak Lane, the occasional distant bark of a dog, the soft wash of tires cutting through slush in the parking lot. Then, slowly, those noises dulled, like someone was padding the outside of the building with blankets. I walked to the front doors and pushed one open a few inches. Cold air slid in under my jacket collar. The parking lot was turning white, not dramatically, but steadily. Snow was falling in that slow, patient way that says, "I'm not in a hurry. I'll be here all night." The asphalt had gone from patchy black to a mottled gray, tire tracks already softening at the edges as flakes landed and melted and began to stick. The tall sodium lights threw everything into that weird yellowish glow. But the snow softened even that. It made the parked cars look like they were sinking into something thick and quiet. The only clear sounds out there now were closer. The little tapping of flakes against the glass, the faint creak of the door as I let it swing shut again. Inside, everything else got louder. The test music Dad had finally turned on, some generic holiday playlist off a USB stick, seemed to swell in the empty space. A chair leg scraping as I nudged it with my foot. The metallic clink of ice shifting in the big plastic coolers by the kitchen door when someone in there moved them a few inches. Snow eats outside sound. And in a place like the Maple Ridge Community Center, that does not mean peace. It means you are left with the building itself, all its little mechanical heartbeats, with nowhere for them to go. For a few blessed minutes, I was alone in the hall. Dad and Tom were in the kitchen, arguing about whether to put the coffee urns on the left or right side of the serving window, and the maintenance guy had disappeared to deal with some problem in the boiler room. It was just me, the string lights, and the hum. I went along the walls, plugging in extension cords and flipping switches. Little bursts of color sprang to life around the room. Cheap LED strands draped over the stage curtain. A fake garland above the kitchen window. A lopsided light-up snowman somebody had donated years ago. Each plug-in came with a tiny pop and a flicker that felt louder than it should in the charged quiet. At one point, I stopped in the middle of the hall and just listened. The ceiling speakers hissed faintly, music leaking through with a bit of static. Somewhere in the guts of the building, the heater let out a tired, high whistle as air forced itself through a duct that had not been cleaned in too long. Ice shifted again in the coolers, a muffled clunk-clunk as cubes settled. The acoustics in that hall had always felt a little wrong to me. Not bad, just off. Sound did not bounce the way you expected. It hung in the air too long in some spots and dropped dead in others, like the room had patches of listening and patches of indifference. Standing there, I could hear my own breath, the swish of my jacket sleeve when I folded my arms. I remember thinking, tomorrow night, this is going to be all noise. No room for any of this. The doors creaked again, but this time it was just the wind, pushing once and then giving up. I walked back to the front and looked out through the glass doors again. Snow had picked up a little, still soft, still gentle, flakes drifting sideways under the lot lights. My reflection hovered in the glass, ghosted by the overlay of the parking lot. That was when I saw the red. At first, it was just a blot of color near the far edge of the lot, between two parked cars. A vertical strip of deeper shade in all that yellow-white haze. It was too far to make out clearly, just outside the main cone of light. But it looked like someone standing there, or leaning against a hood, still, facing the building. I narrowed my eyes, pressing my forehead lightly against the cool glass to cut the reflections. The shape did not move. For a second, I had the stupid thought that Tom had already changed into the suit as a joke and was out there psyching himself up. Headlights swept across the lot then, sudden and bright, as a car passed on Oak Lane and turned the corner. The beam washed over the red shape, threw glare against the doors, and when it slid away, the space between those two cars was empty. Just snow and metal and the soft churn of flakes. I told myself it was nothing. Someone in a red hoodie, maybe, crossing the lot and already at the side door. Or just my eyes, picking out any color that wasn't gray and exaggerating it. I stepped back from the glass, rubbing away the faint fog my breath had left. "People will start showing soon," Dad called from the kitchen, his voice flat and slightly distorted through the pass-through window. "You about done out there?" "Yeah," I called back. "Almost." And in a way, that was true. The room was ready. Tables in place, chairs lined up, cords taped, lights on. It looked like every other year, just a little brighter, a little more ambitious. If you had walked in then, you would have seen nothing wrong. The wrongness showed itself in small ways first. They came in clusters, the families. A minivan would pull in, doors would slide open, and 3 kids would explode onto the snow, shrieking, boots squeaking against the wet as they ran for the entrance. Behind them, a dad in a work jacket and a mom in a tired winter coat would haul diaper bags and purses and Tupperware desserts. Then another car, another set of tired parents, another wave of noise as they shook off their coats and stomped their feet on the entry mat. The hall began to fill with the sound I had been expecting: laughter, shouted greetings, the high-pitched squeals of kids seeing each other outside of school. The playlist in the ceiling speakers was finally doing the work it was designed for, disappearing under everything else. For a while, I let myself be swallowed by it. I helped a mom wipe up spilled punch from the floor. I dragged another table closer to the wall because someone decided they needed more space for cookies. I watched snow accumulate on hoods through those high windows in quick glances I barely processed. At some point, maybe 20, 30 minutes into the trickle of arrivals, I felt that little tug in my chest to go check something. No real reason. Just the mental itch of a task you told yourself you would finish. Make sure the suit is still there. The thought came with a small, sour twist in my gut I did not enjoy. I slipped out of the main hall while Dad was talking to a cluster of parents. Nobody noticed. Nobody had reason to. The hallway to the storage room felt narrower now. The sounds of the party muffled, but still pushing through the wall in a dull roar. My footsteps on the linoleum were swallowed faster than before, the building already full of other noises. The storage room door was not how I left it. Earlier, I had closed it firmly, that much I remembered. Now, it stood a few inches ajar, not wide open, not swinging, just cracked, a thin strip of darkness showing along the frame. The overhead light inside was on, casting a sliver of yellow onto the hallway floor. I stopped. It could have been Dad, or the maintenance guy, or Tom. Any logical explanation fit in that crack. My brain tried each of them on, and none sat quite right. I put my hand on the door and pushed it open slowly. The hinges complained in a long, soft groan. Inside, everything looked exactly the way it should. Shelves lined with plastic tubs and cardboard boxes. The sack for the gifts neatly folded in the corner, still empty. A couple of old decorations half unpacked on a table. And on the nail where it had been all afternoon, the Santa suit hung quietly, red fabric, heavy and still. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding, my shoulders loosening half an inch. Then my eyes dropped to the floor under the nail. There was a mark there that had not been there before. A small, irregular smear of something darker on the pale concrete. It glistened slightly in the light, edges already softening. I stepped closer. Wet slush. Dirty, like the stuff that clings to car mats. Snow, mixed with grit and salt. It had been carried in on the bottom of someone's boot, then melted into a little ghost footprint and smeared when they shifted their weight. You could see the vague curve of a heel, the suggestion of tread lines. I looked down at my own shoe. Clean, dry. The wet had not come from me. I had not set foot outside since I last checked the suit. No one was supposed to be in here who had. I told myself immediately that I must have tracked it in earlier and not noticed. That it had melted slowly while we worked, revealing itself now as some trivial leftover from a perfectly normal entrance. But as I held my foot over the mark, it did not match. The slush print was bigger, the angle wrong. I straightened up and looked around the room again, as if someone would be crouched behind a box, caught mid-crime. There was nothing. Just the light hum of the fluorescent overhead, and far away through the walls, the muffled thump of music and the rise and fall of kids' voices in the hall. The suit hung calmly in its corner, unmoved, unbothered, red, waiting. I backed out into the hallway, one hand still on the door, and shut it this time until I heard the latch click. The sound was small, precise, like the ending of a sentence I did not fully understand yet. Then I went back to the party, to the laughter and the carols, and the parents thanking my dad for putting this all together. And I did my best to forget about the wet mark on the floor beneath the Santa suit. Someone with snowy boots had stood in that room. Someone who was not supposed to be there. At the time, I decided that fact did not matter. I was wrong. If you frozen frame that night in your head at the right moment, it actually looks perfect. By 6:30, the parking lot that had been an empty sheet of whitening asphalt was full of minivans and SUVs, engines ticking as they cooled under a slow curtain of snow. The front doors of the community center became a revolving set. Open, slam, open, slam, each swing letting in a burst of cold air and noise. Kids came in first, every time. Little bodies in puffy coats, hats half crooked over their eyes, boots squeaking on the wet mats. They dragged their parents behind them like anchors, gloves slipping on adult hands, cheeks flushed from the cold. Someone would stomp their feet too hard and shake snow everywhere. A mom would sigh and brush it off the rug with her boot, leaving dark, wet streaks on the fibers that would freeze up later. The smells shifted as the crowd grew. The stale, empty building odor of old wax and dust got pushed back by the steam of wet wool and damp jackets, that specific scent of winter clothing thawing. Coffee started to muscle in from the big metal urns Dad set up at the kitchen window, bitter and thick. Someone made hot chocolate in giant insulated dispensers, and the sugar and cocoa rolled out into the hall. There was cheap catered food too. Aluminum trays of baked ziti, and meatballs and store-bought rolls. You could smell tomato sauce and something vaguely garlicky every time the kitchen door swung open. The sound, though, was what really flipped the switch. The doors thudded, kids' voices bounced up to the high ceiling and came back in layers. Adults raised their volume automatically to compete. The Christmas playlist that had filled the empty space earlier got squeezed into the background, just a tinny jingle leaking out of tired speakers. You could hear the ceiling lights buzzing if you listened for them, but nobody was listening for them anymore. They had kids to chase, coats to hang, gossip to exchange. I did what I was there to do. I floated. That is how it felt anyway, like I was hovering somewhere between being part of it and standing apart. I refilled plastic pitchers of red punch at the kitchen window, sticky drops slicking my fingers as I carried them back to the refreshment table. I slid extra chairs onto the ends of rows when grandparents showed up late, shuffling awkwardly along the walls. I pointed people toward the restrooms. I picked up dropped napkins and half-crushed cookie crumbs before they could grind into the floor. Small disasters popped up and got handled. A little boy in a sweater vest knocked his entire cup of punch into his own lap and froze, lip trembling. His mom looked like she might cry before he did. I handed over a stack of napkins, grabbed a roll of paper towels from the kitchen, and helped blot the damage while Dad quietly found a volunteer with a spare pair of kid sweatpants in her car. Crisis averted. Laughter restored. Later, a man in work boots cornered me near the door to complain that there was too much salt tracked onto the floor near the entrance. "Somebody's gonna slip and sue," he said, as if I were the person who wrote the town's liability insurance policies. I nodded, promised to throw down another mat, and then sneaked off to do it, the rubber heavy and damp in my hands. In little pockets of time, I became aware of how my body felt in the space. Taller than a lot of the kids now, shoulders broader than they remembered. I moved through knots of grade schoolers I had once sat next to in class. Now most of them with younger siblings clinging to their arms. The adults spoke to me in that weird, slightly too loud tone reserved for college kids home on break. Proud, polite, and a little condescending. "Back from the big world, huh? Treating you okay out there?" I nodded and smiled, feeling 19 and 12 at the same time. Dad and Tom eventually settled at a table near the middle of the room, the unofficial command center. Dad had his clipboard, full of names and checklists, though half the sheets were already crumpled at the corners. Tom had a pair of small brass bells in one hand, rolling them between his fingers and making them jingle a little every time someone walked up to say hello. "You're going to wear those things out before tomorrow," I said, dropping into the chair next to him for a second. "Practice," he replied, tapping them lightly on the tabletop in a rhythm that almost, but not quite, matched jingle bells playing overhead. "Can't come in flat. Kids know when you're half-assing it." "You're going to scare the hell out of them anyway," I said. "You always do." He grinned, eyes crinkling. "That's the point. Best way to behave the rest of the year is to remember Santa nearly gave you a heart attack at 7. Dad rolled his eyes. "Maybe dial it back 10%. We do not need any lawsuits from panic attacks." Tom made a show of zipping an invisible line across his lips, then let the bells jingle again, quiet but constant. The sound threaded under the rest of the noise. The clatter of plastic cups near the drink table, the scrape of chair legs, a toddler somewhere letting out a shriek that faded into giggles. From where I sat, I could see most of the hall in slices. The row of tables against the left wall where desserts were appearing in waves. Pies, cookies, something that looked like it had jello in it and probably should be illegal. The cluster of kids in the center of the room starting some kind of unsupervised tag game, weaving dangerously close to the poles with the fake garlands. The line forming at the coffee station, adults warming their hands around flimsy cups, talking about work and weather and the football game. It all looked normal. Exactly the kind of small town scene daytime TV commercials try to sell you. Community, warmth, lights, laughter. That is probably why the man by the back wall caught my eye. He did not belong to any of the clusters. He stood alone, just left of the kitchen door, half in the shadow of one of the support columns. In his hand, he held a white styrofoam cup, steam curling up from it, but he did not seem to be drinking. He was just holding it. He was not dressed any differently than a dozen other guys in that room. Dark jacket, jeans, boots that had seen more than one winter. His hair was hidden under a plain knit cap. From where I sat, I could not make out his face clearly, just the pale oval of it under the hat's edge. What stuck out was that he did not appear to be looking at anyone in particular. His eyes seemed to rest somewhere above the crowd, moving slow, taking in the room like a security camera. "Friend of yours?" I asked Dad quietly, nodding in that direction. Dad followed my gaze, squinting. People shifted in front of us, blocking and revealing the man in fragments. A shoulder here, a hand on the cup, the brim of the cap. "Dunno," Dad said. "Probably someone's uncle. We put flyers out everywhere, remember? Maybe from the bank, checking on their money." He was already distracted again, someone waving for him by the stage, pointing at the mic stand. He got up with a sigh, muttering something about, "If this thing squeals, I'm blaming you, Tom," and left the table. I looked back to the man with the cup. He was still there, still at the edge of everything, leaning against the wall like he had been born to it. For a second, I had the weird sense that he was the only other person in the room who was not really part of the party. Like we were both observers. The thought made the skin between my shoulder blades prickle. Then a kid in a green sweater ran full tilt in front of my line of sight, chasing another kid with a handful of cookies, and I lost him behind them. I waited for the children to clear, scanning the back wall again. He was gone. No big exit, no dramatic moment of slipping through a door. He was just not there anymore. In his place was the kitchen door swinging once, soft, the faint smell of meatballs rolling out. A woman I recognized from church laughed too loud at something near the dessert table. Tom tapped his bells, twice, in a little absent-minded rhythm. "See?" I told myself. Probably just moved 2 steps to the left, vanished into some other group from a different angle. People flow in a room like that. They do not stay pinned where you first notice them. Still, for the next few minutes, as I got up to refill punch and shift chairs and wipe down another spill, part of my brain kept glancing back toward that strip of wall, looking for a dark jacket and a styrofoam cup that did not put itself to anyone's lips. The hall was filling with noise. Warm, familiar noise. Fluorescent lights shone down on fake snowflakes and real smiles. Everything was exactly as my dad had wanted it to be. And somewhere out in the crowd, either there or already gone, was at least one person who had not come for the coffee or the carols or the sense of community. They were watching the room for a different reason. There is a particular kind of tension that only exists in a room full of children. who have been told something exciting is going to happen any minute now. By 7:30, that tension was starting to fizz just under the surface of everything. I know the exact times because I kept checking the old clock on the far wall, the one with the school district's logo on the face and a second hand that sometimes stuttered, then jumped to catch up. 7:30. The playlist overhead had hit its third loop. Jingle Bell Rock into Feliz Navidad, into some knockoff instrumental carol, then back again. Every time the opening guitar lick of Jingle Bell Rock started up, I felt a tiny piece of my brain detach and float away. Kids were fed, sugared up, and starting to orbit closer to the stage in a loose cluster. Parents sat or stood in small islands, coats draped over chairs, styrofoam cups in hand. The air was thicker now, warmer from all the bodies, humid with breath and steam from the food. The smell of hot chocolate had deepened into something almost nauseatingly sweet. "Santa's coming any minute," a woman near me said, in that high, teasing tone adults use when they want kids to squeal. She wiggled her fingers at the little boy, clutching her leg. "You better have been good." "I have been," he insisted, loudly enough for everyone to hear. "Mostly." That got a laugh. You could tell which parents found the idea of Santa judgment amusing and which ones were quietly tallying up the misbehaviors of the year. From my spot near the refreshment table, I watched the way the kids' voices shifted. They edged up in pitch and volume, especially when the hall doors opened and someone new walked in. Each adult arrival was briefly a candidate for Santa before being demoted by the sight of their normal face. Tom played into it, of course. He sat at our table with my dad, waggling his fingers mysteriously whenever a kid looked his way. "You sure Santa knows how to find us?" one little girl asked him, earnest eyes wide above her plastic cup. "Oh, Santa always finds good little boys and girls," he boomed, lowering his voice into that practiced register. The sound cut clearly through the background noise, drawing a couple of glances. "He's probably circling the building right now." The girl's gasp vanished into a ripple of giggles as her friend yanked her away toward the dessert table. I looked up at the clock again. 7:40. On the stage, Dad had finally wrestled the microphone stand into place. He tapped the mic with one finger. The resulting squeal of feedback sliced through the room, making a few people wince and cover their ears. Kids laughed, of course, because loud, unexpected noises are funny when you do not have to worry about your own hearing. Sorry, Dad muttered into the mic, his voice booming back at him. "Just a test. We're good." "Famous last words," I said under my breath. The bank's red sack sat near the steps of the stage now, still mostly empty. The plan was to move the gifts right before Santa's entrance, to keep any wandering hands from getting curious. For now, the suit and the presents were safe in the storage room, theoretically. By 7:45, the buzz had gone up another notch. The playlist repeated for what felt like the 20th time, and I watched the second hand of the clock jerk to the top of the hour line like it was reluctant to get there. I needed air, not because it was actually too hot, though it was warm, but because the noise pressed in from all sides, my brain starting to throb in time with the bass from the speakers. I slipped to the front doors, glanced back to make sure Dad was still distracted by someone talking his ear off, and pushed one of the doors open, just wide enough to squeeze through. The difference in sound was immediate. Inside, all bright noise, layered and messy. Outside, muffled, contained, like the building had been wrapped in cotton. Snow had claimed the parking lot fully now. Tire tracks crisscrossed the white, edges softening as new flakes fell. The lot lights glowed in hazy halos, each one crowned with a column of gently drifting snow. My breath puffed out in quick clouds, stolen by the cold. The traffic on Oak Lane had slowed to an occasional passing car. You could hear the tires before you saw the headlights, a wet hiss over the slush, then the low whum as they bounced through the dip by the storm drain. Somewhere across the way, a dog barked twice, sharp and annoyed, and was silent. Closer, to my left, came the scrap of someone scraping ice from a windshield. I turned my head and saw a man hunched over a sedan, his scraper moving in quick, irritated motions. The sound itself was ugly, plastic against ice, but in that moment it grounded me. Ordinary chores, regular life. I stepped fully out onto the mat, letting the door ease itself, mostly shut behind me, until it latched with a soft click. For a second, all I heard was my own breathing and the gentle patter of snow on my jacket. Then, faintly, over everything else, I heard bells. Not the constant jingle of Tom's practice bells in the hall. This was a shorter sound, a little uneven, a quick shake, then a stop. It came from somewhere deeper in the lot, beyond the first row of cars. I frowned. The ceiling speakers inside were not loud enough to carry music out this far, not with the door closed. And Tom was still at the table when I walked out. I had seen him there, playing up the suspense. I took a couple of steps forward onto the crusted snow, my sneakers instantly protesting the cold. My eyes adjusted to the light, picking out shapes and colors. For a second, all I saw were lumps of cars under white, antennae poking up like strange thin plants. Then, near the end row, by the last few spaces closest to the street, I saw it again. Red. This time, I was sure. A red shape, distinct against the dark side of a silver SUV. It could have been a coat, or a hoodie, or part of a blanket, but it was the same depth of color I had seen earlier, between different cars. The figure was bent over slightly, hands near the side of the vehicle, maybe at the door handle, maybe at the wheel well. From where I stood, I could not see a face, just the outline of shoulders and a head under a darker cap. I hesitated, halfway between calling out and staying quiet. The bells sounded again, very soft. A quick jingle, like someone adjusting a strap or shifting something in their hand. I glanced back at the building, as if I could see straight through to the table where Tom sat. I couldn't, of course. The doors were closed, the windows were too high. The warm, yellow light from inside made everything beyond its spill look darker. When I looked to the end of the lot again, headlights from an approaching car crested the rise of Oak Lane, spilled across the scene in a sudden wash of white, then cut off as the car turned past the entrance. My eyes blinked reflexively. The silver SUV was still there, flakes accumulating on its roof. The red shape was gone. No door hanging open, no figure walking toward the building. Just tracks in the slush around the tires, indeterminate and already filling. Probably someone getting something out of their car, I muttered to myself. Maybe a mom grabbing a forgotten blanket. Maybe a teenager sneaking a smoke and hiding the evidence as soon as headlights hit. Even as I fed myself that explanation, there was a small, hard knot forming in my stomach. Bells outside, red near the far end of the lot, the broken camera, the slush print in the storage room. None of it was conclusive, but together, the pieces felt like the outline of something I did not want to see. Behind me, The front door shuddered as someone inside tried to push it open and found my weight against it. I stepped aside, grabbing the handle and pulling it wide for a woman trying to wrangle 2 kids and a tray of cookies. "Thanks, hun," she said, snow dusting her shoulders as she squeezed past. One of the kids nearly took me out at the knees in his rush to get to the dessert table. The noise washed back over me as I followed them inside. Laughter, music, the high whine of a kid demanding something from someone who did not have time. The difference was jarring, like I had stuck my head underwater and then come up too fast. I let the door close fully this time, the latch clicking into place behind me. Snow melt immediately began to puddle around my shoes on the entry mat. On my way back toward our table, I passed the side hallway. Habit made me glance down it, toward the storage room door. It was open, not wide, just a few inches, the same way I had found it earlier. Enough to see that the light inside was still on. Enough to know that no one had bothered to close it after the last time it had been used. Or maybe someone had. Maybe someone else had opened it again. A tiny spike of unease jabbed the back of my neck. I veered down the hall. "Just a sec," I called over my shoulder to whoever might have been watching. Nobody answered. The hall felt narrower again, the sound of the party muffled but insistent. I reached the storage door and pushed it inward with 2 fingers. The room looked the same. Shelves, boxes, that faint dust mote dance in the air. The Santa suit, though, that heavy red mass, hung alone and obvious on its nail. Except the hanger it was on was slightly crooked now, rotated a few degrees to the left, as if someone had taken the suit down and then hung it again in a hurry. The fabric bunched differently than I remembered. One sleeve turned inward more than before, and the spot on the floor where I had seen the slush smear, it was bigger. The earlier print had been the size of a heel. Now the dark, damp area had spread, reaching out in a vague, misshapen oval. You could see, faintly, the curve of a toe where someone had stepped again, dragging a little this time. More water tracked in, more grit in the melt. I felt my heart give one hard thud against my ribs. "Everything okay back there?" Dad's voice floated from the main hall, distant and casual. "Yeah," I called back automatically. "Just checking something." My eyes flicked to the clock on the wall through the doorway into the hall. 7:55. 5 minutes until the plan said Tom would get up, walk down this hallway, and come into this room alone to change into the suit. 5 minutes, and the suit was still here. The gifts were still stacked. Everything technically still under control. I shut the storage door slowly, this time letting the latch catch firmly. My hand lingered on the knob a second longer than needed. Then I turned and walked back toward the sound of the party. The floor sticky under my shoes, the air warm and bright and full of people who had no idea that something in our neat little timeline had already started to slip out of place. Tom was still at the table when I got there, laughing at some joke one of the dads had made, bells resting in his palm like they belonged there. For a full solid second, my brain refused to marry those 2 facts together. Tom here, suit there, Tom here now. Someone else's boots already in that room earlier. It did not make sense. It did not have to. Yet. We were 5 minutes from 8 o'clock, and as far as anyone in that hall knew, the night was going exactly according to plan. It is strange how 5 minutes can shrink in your memory until they feel like one long, slow breath. I remember looking at the clock again. 7:58. Tom was still at the table, exactly where he was supposed to be, leaning back in his chair with his boots planted wide, a paper plate smeared with sauce in front of him. He wiped the last of a meatball off his fingers with a napkin, bells resting in his other hand. The kids had fully migrated toward the stage by then, drawn like iron filings to a magnet. They clustered at the bottom of the steps, bouncing on their toes, jostling each other for position. Parents stood behind them in a loose semicircle, phones out, screens glowing as they framed the spot where Santa was supposed to appear. The playlist stuttered again, jumped back to the beginning of a song it had already played. Nobody cared. The volume of voices was high enough to hide anything small. I crossed the room faster than I meant to, weaving through kids and around chairs. My heart had started doing that annoying double beat thing, too hard for how little I was actually doing. I leaned down between Tom and my dad, keeping my voice low. "The suit's gone," I said. Tom frowned, halfway between a joke and real concern. "What?" "The suit," I repeated. "In the storage room. It's not there anymore." He grabbed a napkin and wiped his mouth, stalling for a second. "Maybe your dad moved it," he said, balling the napkin in his fist. "You move it." We both looked at my dad. For a second, he wore the same bewildered expression as the kid staring at the empty stage. Then a tiny line appeared between his eyebrows. "No," he said slowly. "I haven't been back there since we set it up. Are you sure you—" "It was there 5 minutes ago," I said. "Now it's not." The words felt flat coming out of my mouth, too simple to carry the weight they had just acquired. Tom pushed his chair back. The bells on the table chimed as they shook. He stood up, his face shifting from party mode to something tighter. "Show me," he said. We slipped out of our seats before anyone could stop us. Dad half rose, then sat back down as someone called his name from the direction of the stage. "I'll stall," he hissed, snatching up the mic with one hand. We moved fast across the hall, our footsteps swallowed by the carpet runner and the general roar. Near the doors to the back hallway, the sound shifted, dropped, as if we were crossing an invisible line. The moment we stepped through into the corridor, the party muffled into a dull, blurry hum behind us. Music became a distant thump. Laughter turned into a vague rising and falling of tone. The fluorescent light in the hallway made everything look harsher. Tom's face seemed paler under it, the lines around his mouth more pronounced. "You're sure about this?" he asked. "I'm sure," I said, my throat dry. We reached the storage room. The door was almost closed, just a crack of light showing, the same as before. My hand remembered the weight of the knob, the slight stick of the latch. I pushed it open. The air inside was colder than I expected, the kind of chill that clings to concrete and cardboard. It smelled faintly of dust and plastic and the ghost of pine from long-gone artificial trees. The rack on the wall where the suit had hung was empty. The metal hanger, bare now, swung just slightly, the motion so small you would have missed it if you were not looking straight at it. It creaked once on the nail, a tiny eek that seemed too loud in the quiet room. "Jesus," Tom muttered. The gifts were still there. The neat stacks of boxes on the shelves, the red sack folded near the corner. Through the thin gap between the shelves and the wall, I could see the heavy stage curtain, a sliver of its faded red fabric. If I leaned, I could glimpse the edge of the stage outside, where kids were probably still bouncing on their toes. Nothing was smashed. No locks were broken. The door frame was intact. There was no overturned chair, no dramatic sign of struggle, just the absence of the one thing in this room someone had been waiting to put on. Tom stepped fully into the room, turning in a slow circle as if the suit might have somehow fallen and crawled behind a box on its own. He grabbed at a stack of tubs, shifting them just enough to peek behind, then dropped his hands. "It was right there," he said, pointing to the empty hanger, as if I might argue with him. "Right there." "I know," I said. My voice sounded wrong, like it was coming from somewhere off to the side. I checked it twice. The main hall made itself known through the wall. You could hear the faint echo of Dad's voice in the mic, stretched thin by distance and bad acoustics. A vague cheer rose and fell, followed by another song starting. Somewhere closer, in this wing of the building, a door shut with a heavy thump. The sound jolted through the floor and up through my shoes. It came from the direction of the side hallway, the one that led to the loading dock, the boiler room, and the exit Tom was supposed to use for his entrance. Both of us froze. "Maintenance?" I whispered. Tom tilted his head, listening. For a moment, there was nothing but the buzzing of the overhead light and the beating of my own pulse in my ears. "I don't like this," he said finally. "No kidding." We stepped back into the hallway, leaving the storage light on behind us. The hum from the main hall wrapped around us again, a reminder that out there, the world believed everything was fine. In here, a piece of that world had gone missing. Halfway down the corridor, Dad appeared from the direction of the stage, mic in one hand, cord trailing behind him like a tail. His cheeks were flushed, not from the cold. "What's going on?" he demanded in a harsh whisper. "They're ready for Santa out there. I can only tell so many corny jokes before they figure out something's wrong." "The suit's gone," Tom said. There was no point softening it. Dad blinked. "Gone how? It doesn't just grow legs and walk away." "I'm aware," Tom said, a bit of an edge creeping into his voice. "We had it hanging in there. Now it's not." Dad squeezed the bridge of his nose for a second, took a breath, and looked like he was wrestling with two opposing impulses: panic and practicality. "Okay," he said eventually, voice low but firm. "Okay, look. We can't shut down the whole night over a missing costume. We've still got the gifts, right? That's what matters." "For now," I said, before I could stop myself. He shot me a quick look, then pushed past us into the storage room, as if sheer dad presence might make the suit reappear. A second later, he emerged, jaw tight. "I will deal with this later," he said. "We can check the cameras, ask around. Maybe some idiot thought it was funny to try it on. Right now, I've got a hall full of kids who are 5 minutes from a meltdown." "They're expecting Santa," Tom said flatly. "Then give them something," Dad replied. "Put on your red coat, throw on a hat, fake it. They're not going to examine your seams. You can be casual Friday Santa for one night." "That's not how this works," Tom argued, but it sounded weak even to him. "It's how it works tonight," Dad said. He looked older all of a sudden, the lines around his eyes deeper. "We can't stall much longer. Go change into something red. I'll grab one of the cheap beards from the decoration box if I have to. We just need the suggestion. We deal with the rest after." There was a beat where Tom looked like he wanted to say no. Then he exhaled, long and slow, shoulders slumping a fraction. "Fine," he said, "but the bank's not paying me enough for improvisational theater." He started down the hallway toward the little staff restroom where he'd left his coat earlier. Dad turned back toward the main hall, already twisting the mic in his hand, rehearsing some new joke in his head. I lingered, caught between them. That was when I heard it. Metal, kissing metal, very softly. The side door at the far end of the corridor, the one that opened to the narrow strip of concrete by the loading area, moved. Not the loud slam of someone bursting through, not the rattling shake of wind. Just a controlled, gentle click as the latch settled into place, as if whoever had just gone through was careful not to draw attention. I snapped my head in that direction. The door was closed, paint chipped around the handle, the narrow wired glass window at the top showing only the ghost of the outside lot light. No silhouette, no hand on the bar, no sign anyone had touched it in the last 10 minutes. "Did you?" I started to ask, but Dad was already gone, moving back toward the hall, and Tom had vanished into the restroom. For a moment, it was just me and that door, and the faint, unmistakable smell creeping in from underneath it. Cold air, sharp and metallic, a thin thread of exhaust, the particular chemical tang of a running engine that has been turned off only seconds before. Something in my chest tightened. I stared at the door, half expecting it to open again, to reveal whoever had just used it. It stayed closed, solid, ordinary. Behind me, the wall vibrated with the roar of the crowd as Dad said something into the mic that made everyone laugh. The noise washed over me, pulled me back toward the bright, noisy side of the building. I took one last look at the wired glass window, at my own distorted reflection staring back, and then turned away, heading toward the hall and the last minutes of the night that would still feel like nothing was truly, irreparably wrong. If you want to mark the exact second the night tipped from normal into something else, it was 8 o'clock on the dot. Dad was on stage, working through the bottom of his joke barrel. He had the mic in one hand, the other resting on the stand like he wished it were a podium. Behind him, the faded red curtain made his flannel shirt look even more washed out. "So," he was saying, "I told Santa we only had room for one list this year, so if your names are too long, you might just have to share a present." It was not funny, not really, but people laughed anyway. You could hear the strain in it, the way the adults wanted to keep the mood up, to keep the kids aimed in the right emotional direction. The kids did not care about the jokes. They were focused on the doors. I drifted along the right side of the room, between clusters of parents, pretending to straighten chairs and pick up stray cups. Truth was, I was trying to keep an eye on everything, and nothing at the same time. Part of me was still back in that hallway, staring at the empty hangar and the side door that had just closed itself. The mood in the hall was wobbling. You could feel it. The kids had been promised Santa any minute now for long enough that any minute was starting to feel like a lie. They huddled closer to the stage, some sitting cross-legged on the floor, others standing on their knees on chairs, craning their necks. A couple of the younger ones were rubbing their eyes, sugar highs edging toward tears. The parents had moved from excited to restless. They checked their watches and phones. They smiled thinly at each other. A few shot glances toward Dad that had the tightness of, "You said 8." The playlist overhead hit the dying loop stage. The same bell-heavy intro started and cut off, as someone fiddled with the volume. At one point, the music dropped out completely, leaving a weird vacuum where the instruments had been. The ceiling lights buzzed louder in the absence. All right, Dad said into the mic, his voice echoing with a hint of feedback. I know. You're not here to listen to me. You want the big guy. A cheer went up from the kid cluster. It sounded more like a plea than celebration. I looked at the clock. 8 and then the side door banged open. It was not a gentle swing. It was a full-bodied slam, the kind a strong wind makes when it grabs a door out of your hand, or the kind someone makes when they hit the panic bar hard. The metal frame shuddered. The sound cracked across the hall, cutting through whatever Dad had been about to say. The music stuttered mid-beat. Someone near the speaker bumped the table, sending a wobble through the wires. For half a bar, everything went off rhythm. A blast of cold air knifed into the room. You could feel it from 30 feet away. The way the temperature dipped along the right side of the hall, raising goosebumps under jackets. Snowflakes rode the wind inside, scattering across the linoleum in a spray of white specks that melted almost instantly into dark dots. Every head turned. The kids were closest. Their reaction was immediate. A kid near the front actually shrieked in a pitch that made the overhead lights seem to buzz in sympathy. Then, like someone had pressed a button, the whole cluster erupted into a wall of sound. Santa! He stood in the doorway, framed by the metal and the dark beyond. From where I was, maybe halfway between the stage and the door, he looked fine. That was the worst part. At a glance, nothing screamed wrong. Red suit, white trim, black boots, white gloves, hat slouched to one side, white beard covering everything below the nose, a hand holding a small bunch of bells that glittered briefly as they caught the light. The suit itself did not look quite as nice as the one we'd taken out of the dry cleaner's bag earlier. The red was a little duller, almost like it had been washed too many times. The white fur around the cuffs was slightly yellowed at the edges, but you could easily chalk that up to fluorescent lights and my memory exaggerating. He stepped forward, one booted foot landing on the slick linoleum with a heavy thump. The bells in his hand jingled, but not in the jaunty rhythm Tom liked to tap out. It was a slow, uneven shake, like someone who had seen it done in cartoons and was trying to imitate it without really feeling it. The kids did not notice any of that. To them, the visual was enough. Red suit, big beard, bells. They moved as one, a wave of small bodies surging toward him, hands up, mouths open. Santa! Santa! The sound threw itself against the cinder block walls, came back louder. Adults started laughing, clapping, a few of them lifting their phones to catch the moment. Screens popped up all over the hall, little rectangles of blue-white framing the scene. Santa took another step in. Snowflakes clung to the shoulders of his coat and the top of his boots, melting in tiny rivulets. Wind pushed in around his body, curling around people nearest the door. He stopped just inside, straightened up a little, and lifted his free hand in a greeting. Ho, ho, ho. 3 syllables. That was it. But the sound of them slid into me like a splinter. Santa voices all have a certain shape. I had heard Tom's version for years. Deep, yes, and exaggerated, but with a kind of warmth underneath it. A roundness that made it sound like he was laughing with you, not at you. Even other guys who tried to fake it hit roughly the same tone. Big, jolly, chesty. This was different. The ho-ho-ho that came out of the beard was deep, all right, but there was no roundness to it. Each ho was flat, clipped at the end, like it was shutting a door instead of opening one. There was no real lift in the middle of the sound. no smile shaping the vowels. It reminded me of someone reading words off a page in a language they understood only enough to pronounce. And there was something else, a tightness. The way the sound scraped, just slightly, as if the person behind the beard was speaking through clenched teeth. Nobody else seemed to hear that part. The kids screamed louder. A couple of them actually jumped up and down so hard their boots squeaked on the floor. Parents made those little aw noises adults make when a scene aligns with their idea of wholesome. I felt the hair on my arms stand up under my sleeves. This Santa, started moving again. The bells made another slow, off-rhythm jingle as he walked through the gap the kids had left him, heading toward the center of the room. His boots thudded a beat slower than I expected, a half step out of sync with the carol that had faded back and overhead. I glanced toward the table where Tom and my dad had been sitting. Tom's chair was empty. The paper plate with the smear of sauce was still there, the balled-up napkin on top of it, but the man himself was gone. His jacket, which he had slung over the back of the chair earlier, was gone too. The pair of bells he'd been obsessively rolling in his hand? Gone. I scanned the space behind the table, the area near the kitchen door, the cluster of parents near the coffee station. No Tom. Not even the top of his gray head in the crowd. My gaze slid from there to Dad. He stood at the very edge of the stage, half off it, mic dangling in his hand. The expression on his face was not the broad, showman grin he usually wore for events like this. His mouth was closed. His eyes were fixed on the Santa figure in the middle of the hall with an intensity that did not match the festive moment. He was not smiling. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second. There was a slice of something sharp in his. Confusion, yes, but also something like dawning anger. Then the moment passed. A kid tugged at his pant leg, trying to ask where they should line up, and he had to look down. I looked back at Santa. He was surrounded now, a little storm of kids orbiting him. Tiny hands tugged at his sleeves. One brave boy inched closer, peering up under the brim of the hat as if trying to see the face behind the beard. "Have you been good this year?" Santa asked, voice booming enough to reach the back wall. The words were right. The tone was wrong. Too even. No little lift at the end to turn the question into something playful. It sounded like he was running lines from a script he did not particularly enjoy. The kid nodded so hard his glasses slipped down his nose. "That's good," Santa said, after a fraction of a second pause, like he had to think about the correct response. Then he patted the boy on the head a little too firmly, his gloved hand landing with a soft thump. Something in my stomach turned over. I took a few steps toward the table, looking for any sign I had missed. Maybe Tom had slipped behind the curtain. Maybe he was in the doorway of the hallway, waving to signal some last-minute change. Maybe this whole thing was a weird joke they had cooked up. And in a second, the real Tom would swing the doors open and shout, "Gotcha!" Nothing. The hallway entrance yawned empty. No gray head, no red coat. Just the pale floor, the fluorescent lit corridor beyond, and the faint echo of the party leaking into it. I felt cold in a way that had nothing to do with the draft from the side door. At some point between the storage room and now, Tom had vanished. Not in a puff of smoke, not in front of everyone. Quietly, in the margin. Slipped out of the picture while eyes were on the stage and the kids and the mic. And in his place, on cue, at 8 o'clock sharp, wearing a suit that looked almost, but not quite, like ours. someone else had walked in. There is a kind of relief that rolls through a room when the thing everyone has been waiting for finally appears, even if it is wearing the wrong skin. You could feel it then, a collective exhale. Parents dropped their shoulders a little. Kids stopped asking when every 15 seconds and started asking me next instead. The pressure that had been building for the past half hour shifted into a different shape. It made what I was feeling stand out even more. I hung back on the right side of the hall, near the wall, not close enough to be dragged into the swirl around Santa, but not so far I could pretend I was not watching. From there, I had a clear sideways view of him as he moved through the knot of kids. Moved is generous. Tom, when he did Santa, had this loose, rolling walk. Big steps, arms open, like he was afraid he might explode with cheer if he did not spread it around. This man moved differently. His shoulders stayed tight, almost hunched forward, as if he were trying to make himself narrower inside the big red coat. His arms did not swing much. Every time he reached out to pat a kid on the head or shake a tiny hand, it felt like a deliberate, isolated motion, not part of a larger flow. His hands bothered me. They were covered, of course, white gloves thick enough to hide details. But you can tell a lot from how someone uses their hands. When a girl in a sparkly dress stumbled into him, bouncing off his shin, he reached down automatically and caught her by the shoulder to steady her. His grip landed a little too hard. I saw the fabric of her dress dent under his fingers. She squeaked, more in surprise than pain, and he let go too fast, almost snatching his hand back like he had touched something hot. "Careful there," he said, voice booming in that same wrong register. He did not say her name. He did not ask it either. Dad tried to steer the moment, as he always did. He stepped closer with the mic, forcing a big smile onto his face. "Let's give Santa a big Maple Ridge welcome, huh?" he said, the words echoing slightly with the cheap reverb on the sound system. "He came all this way through the snow just to see you." The kids screamed obligingly. The noise peaked and clipped the mic, sending a sharp, brief squeal of feedback through the speakers. It made me flinch. It made a couple of toddlers slap their hands over their ears. Santa did not react to the sound at all. He talked straight through it. "That's right, boys and girls," he boomed. "I came a long way." His voice rolled over the squeal, swallowing it. Something about that made my stomach clench. Most people flinch at that kind of noise, the way you blink at sudden bright light. He kept his head perfectly level, as if nothing had happened. Dad backed off half a step, lowering the mic a little. From my angle, I saw his tongue press against the inside of his cheek, a little tell I recognized as one of his when things were not going according to plan. Santa's boots thudded on the floor as he moved, slower than they should have. I realized I had an internal baseline for how Santa should sound walking in that space. Tom's quick, heavy steps, sometimes almost skipping when he got into character. This man's stride was longer but lazier, each footfall landing with a dull, measured weight. Thump, thump, thump. It did not match the jangly piano of the carol playing overhead. It did not match the crackling energy of the kids around him. A little boy I remembered from earlier, the one who had been assured Santa would find him, pushed his way to the front and latched onto Santa's sleeve. "Do you remember me?" he asked, words rapid and bright. "From last year?" The question hung there for a moment. Santa's head turned down slowly. From where I stood, I could not see his full expression, just the angle of his hat, and the way his shoulders shifted. "Of course," he said, after a fraction of a beat too long. "Santa remembers all his special helpers." The kid beamed. The pause meant nothing to him. The generic answer meant nothing. But that gap, the half second where you could almost see the gears turn behind the beard, searching for any line that would fit, tripped something in my chest. Tom would have rattled off something. A callback to the toy the kid got last year. A joke about him growing 3 inches. Something to prove he had been paying attention, even if he had not. That had always been Tom's actual magic, making kids feel like he was seeing them, not just a blur of faces. This man was not seeing them. I watched his eyes. They were mostly hidden. Wire-rimmed glasses, the fluffy upper edge of the beard, the shadow of the hat brim. But every so often, when he turned his head in just the right way, a sliver of eye showed between all that costume and the skin underneath. They were not soft. That was the first thing. No crinkling at the edges, no smile lines deepening. They moved too much, too fast, constantly flicking from one point to another. I realized, slowly, that they rarely dipped all the way down. He looked at the kids, sure, but only briefly, like someone checking boxes on a list. His gaze skated over their heads more often than not, landing instead on the edges of the room. Once, he glanced up toward the ceiling, to where one of the exit signs glowed weakly above the back door. Another time, he tracked the movement of a volunteer walking past the stage, carrying a coil of cable. It was like he was mapping exits and pathways, not soaking up adoration. Dad edged closer again, forcing the mic toward him. "Santa," he said, "these kids want to know. Did you have any trouble finding Maple Ridge tonight?" Santa pivoted a little, turning his body so he faced more of the room. The motion was smooth but controlled, like someone rotating a mannequin. "None at all," he boomed. "I always know where to find a good party." The words were fine. The tone was the same clipped depth. The eyes, though, just for a second, they passed over my dad and did not stick. He did not look at my dad the way Tom would have. Tom would have used Dad as an anchor, a familiar face in a sea of noise. This man skipped off him like he was just another piece of scenery. I shifted my own position, taking a few steps sideways to get a clearer angle. That was when I saw it, really saw it, where his attention kept returning. The stage. More specifically, the area just to the left of the steps, where the big red sack for the presents sat in a neat collapse of fabric, still mostly flat. It had been placed there earlier, empty, waiting to be loaded. Every time Santa's head turned, even if he was speaking to a kid or answering some shouted question, his eyes did that scanning thing. And almost always, they passed over the sack. The glance was quick, just a fraction of a second, but it repeated, over and over and over. I tested it. I watched his line of sight when a teacher from the elementary school brought her class closer in a little snaking line. He looked at her, at the kids, at the phone she held up to grab a photo. Then as she turned away, his gaze zipped back to that point by the stage. I watched when a toddler burst into tears at the sight of the beard. He leaned down, made a clumsy attempt to soothe them, patting the air near their shoulder. As soon as the parent picked the kid up and turned them away, his eyes slid right past them toward the sack again. He was taking inventory. Not of faces, not of behavior, not of who had been good or bad. He was tracking distance, angles, lines between where he stood and where the bag was, and where the exits were located. The realization came in layers. First, he is not here for them, not in the way he is pretending to be. Then, he is here for something else. Then finally, the simplest, ugliest version. He is here for the gifts. Once that thought clicked into place, it was hard to unsee it. The way his shoulders stayed tight suggested someone carrying tension, someone on a job, not someone sinking into a character. The way his gloved fingers flexed involuntarily when he looked at the sack was like watching a pickpocket fight the urge to move too soon. He laughed once in response to something a kid shouted. It was not a real laugh. There was no breath in it, no genuine sound. It was a hollow, ha ha ha, 3 syllables of perfectly spaced air that did not travel beyond the beard. It did not touch his eyes. Do you remember my sister too? Another child asked, tugging at his sleeve. She sat on your lap last time. She was wearing the reindeer dress. There was that pause again, the brief, visible thinking. Santa remembers all the children, he said finally. Now be sure to listen when your parents call your name. It was the vaguest thing he could have said. It made the kids nod solemnly, as if he had shared some deep wisdom. To me, it was the verbal equivalent of a shrug. I felt like I was watching someone who had studied how to look like Santa in photos and commercials, but had never actually been around real kids while wearing the suit. Dad shifted his weight at the edge of the stage, fingers tightening and loosening around the mic. I could tell he was picking up on some of it too, even if he could not name it yet. His mouth kept opening like he wanted to say something into the mic and then closing again, backed off by the momentum of the moment. At one point, Santa turned his head just enough, just at the right angle, that the overhead lights caught his glasses and did not fully reflect. For a heartbeat, the glare softened, and I saw his eyes, clear and direct, through the wire frames and the gap above the beard. They were not wide with joy. They were not soft with sentimentality. They were narrowed slightly, pupils focused, scanning, past the kids in front of him, skimming the parents, landing again on the stage where the red sack waited like a target painted in plain sight. And in that small, still sliver of a second, before he moved again, before the kids blocked my view, it felt less like Santa was looking at a room full of children and more like a man was looking at a layout he had already memorized. Entrance, bag, exit. Everything else, including us, was just moving clutter in between. There is always a point in these events where the chaos focuses, where all the moving pieces in a room decide to point themselves at one thing and hold still for it. This was that point. Dad, finally regaining a sliver of control, motioned toward the stage. "Why don't we let Santa come up here?" he said into the mic, voice a little too bright, "so he can see everybody." The crowd parted in a rough path. Kids shuffled aside, jostling each other, faces tilted up. Parents stepped back, phones rising in unison like a row of tiny billboards, recording everything in shaky vertical footage. Santa moved toward the stage. The steps were short, 2 worn wooden risers, but he climbed them with exaggerated effort, one hand on the rail, the other still holding the bells. Each boot hit the wood with a heavy thunk that made the mic on the stand wobble slightly. A couple of kids reached out to touch the hem of his coat as it swung past. The fabric slipped through their fingers. On stage, under the full assault of the fluorescence, the suit looked cheaper than ever. The seams around the shoulders strained a little, like it was a size too small for the body inside it. The white fur at the cuffs looked more gray now, especially where melted snow had soaked in and then dried. At some point, while I was watching him work the crowd, volunteers had done their job. The gifts were no longer neatly stacked in the storage room. They had been transferred, as planned, into the big red sack sitting on the stage just behind Dad. It was no longer a flat fold of fabric. It bulged now, lumpy and irregular, shapes of boxes pressing against the canvas from the inside. The drawstring at the top was pulled in and knotted, but not tightly. There was still a small gap where the mouth of the bag sagged. "Here we go," Dad said, stepping back a little, mic in hand, giving Santa the center of the stage. "What do you think, kids?" The roar of approval rolled through the room, high and wild. Phones angled up. You could practically feel the collective thought. This is the moment. This is the picture. This is what we came for. Santa turned toward the sack. For a second, human instinct fought with costume. His shoulders gave a tiny twitch, as if the man inside wanted to move faster, to grab it and go. Then he remembered the character he was playing. He slowed himself down, turned it into a performance. He made a show of it. With a little grunt, he bent his knees and grabbed the top of the sack in one gloved hand, the base in the other. He pulled it up like a strong man lifting a prop. The fabric stretched, creaked softly. The knot at the top tightened under his grip. You could see the weight of it then. Whatever was in there, tablets, headphones, all the cheap plastic fantasies, dragged the bottom of the bag down. He had to shift his stance, boots adjusting to get it over his shoulder. "Looks like Santa's been busy," Dad said, laughter threading through his words, the kind that was supposed to prompt everyone else's. They complied. Applause rippled through the hall. A few parents whistled. Kids bounced. Santa tested the weight, giving the sack a little bounce on his shoulder, getting it into a position he could carry. It settled against his back with a dull whump that I swear I felt through the floor. He stepped closer to the mic. "Santa just needs to check something out back," he said. The voice was that same strange flat depth. The cadence was wrong. The emphasis on just and back instead of Santa and presents. It sounded like a sentence someone had practiced in a car, over and over, until it stopped being words and turned into a code phrase. "I'll be right back with your presents." Right back. The hall responded on autopilot. A few adults chuckled, polite and unaware. Someone near the front let out a whoop. A couple of kids squealed like it was a magic trick, Santa disappearing only to reappear grandly. In my ears, the laughter sounded thin, like a track from an old sitcom layered over a different show. The music overhead, by coincidence or curse, hit a quiet patch right then. The carol that had been jangling along dropped to a softer bridge, instruments pulling back. For a few seconds, the room was not the full roar it had been. Things thinned out. Santa turned away from the crowd, sack balanced on his shoulder. The bells in his hand jangled once, twice, in that same off rhythm, like a punctuation mark nobody had asked for. He started walking toward the side door. The kids, expecting something, anything, hesitated. A murmur moved through them, the sound of dozens of tiny confusions colliding. "Where's he going?" someone whispered. "It's part of it," a parent said automatically. He's checking the list, But their voices were quiet, almost embarrassed. The certainty was not real. I stepped out from the wall and into the aisle, heart thudding harder now. It felt like watching a magician walk off stage with the rabbit still in the hat. The angle was wrong, the timing off. The song overhead dipped even lower, a lull in the arrangement, like all the air had gone out of it. In that pocket, the small sounds rose up clear, one by one. The slow, uneven jingle of bells as his hand moved by his side. The heavy, dragging thump of his boots crossing from wood back onto linoleum. The faint scrape of the bag brushing the stage, then bumping into the side of a chair. He reached the door. His hand closed around the metal bar. The rattle of it moving in its housing sounded louder than it should have, a hard, hollow clank that bounced off the wall. For one suspended second, everything in the room felt held. Then the door opened again, just enough for him and the sack to slide through. A gust of cold air pushed in around him. Snowflakes swirled at ankle level. The bells gave one last small jingle as he stepped over the threshold. The door swung inward, then began to drift shut. Up on the stage, Dad's face changed. I watched it happen from halfway across the room. Confusion had been there already, etched into the lines around his eyes. Now something else slid in under it. Recognition, followed by a flash of anger, followed by a kind of creeping dread. "That's not Tom," he said. He did not shout it into the mic. He said it to the man standing nearest him, a friend from the Rotary Club, but the mic was still live in his hand. The words leaked out, half amplified, skimmed the edge of the speakers, and reached me just fine. "That's not Tom." The friend's head snapped toward the door, then back at Dad, then again toward the hallway Santa had just walked into. The crowd, still half cheering, started to fray at the edges. Questions rose. Is he coming back? What's happening? But no one answered them. Dad did not think this through. If he had, maybe he would have handed the mic off or told someone to keep the kids calm. Instead, he thrust the mic toward the Rotary guy like it was a hot coal, jumped off the edge of the stage, and hit the floor running. The other man followed him instinctively, drawn by that same invisible alarm that had just gone off in my chest. They pushed through the cluster of kids, adults stumbling out of the way, phones dipping. My legs moved before my brain could weigh in. I cut across the hall, shouldered past someone holding a tray of cookies, and fell in behind them. Dad reached the hallway doors first and shoved them open so hard they banged against the stopper. The sound shot down the corridor like a gunshot. The muffled roar of the party dulled behind us as the doors flapped closed again. I was a few steps behind, sneakers skidding slightly on a patch of melted snow that had been tracked in earlier. The hall smelled of bleach and damp coats and something faintly metallic. Ahead of us, the side exit door was just swinging shut. For a weird, slow-motion instant, I saw the brief wedge of outside world framed in it. The parking lot flooded in yellow light, snow coming down harder now, a slice of dark sky. The red sack's tail trailing just beyond the frame. Then the door slammed. This time, it was not soft. The metal hit metal with a deep, final clang that echoed down the hallway and rattled the cheap ceiling tiles. A beat later, through the thickness of the wall, I heard the muffled roar of an engine. It was not subtle. Whoever was out there had not bothered to coast away quietly. The sound rose, low and hungry, an ignition catching, a burst of revs, tires spinning for half a second on slush before finding grip. Dad hit the crash bar and shoved the door open. A slap of freezing air smacked me in the face. My lungs clenched as I followed him out onto the narrow concrete strip. Snow pelted my cheeks. It was falling harder now, fat flakes slanting sideways in the wind. The The lot lights painted everything in that greasy yellow as the darkness folded in around the edges. All I could see, for a second, was the breath of the running engine. Exhaust pouring from the back of a vehicle near the far end of the lot, white against the falling white. Then the rest of it came into focus. A dark SUV angled toward the exit, rear end facing us, brake lights glowing. Red. The tail lights smeared through the snow, twin smudges of color. As I watched, they flared brighter, someone's foot pressing harder on the gas. The engine roared, tires squealed on the slick ground, and the SUV shot forward, swinging a little as it lined up with the entrance to Oak Lane. By the time we started running, Dad ahead, me and the other man behind, boots and sneakers slipping on the thin layer of ice, it was already too far. Through the small wired glass window set high in the side door, all that remained was the after image. Twin streaks of red disappearing into the curtain of snow, leaving behind churned slush and a faint, stinging smell of exhaust hanging in the cold air like a warning. The door swung shut behind us, cutting the hall in half. Inside and outside, noise and quiet. Out here, the night felt like it had swallowed its own tongue. The yellow lot lights made everything look wrong. They flattened all the colors into the same greasy palette, turned the falling snow into a slow, dirty shimmer. The cinder block wall of the community center rose at our backs, stained and blank, like the side of a ship. My first real thought was stupid and useless. The sack is gone. Where it had been, resting against Santa's back a few seconds ago, there was nothing. No flash of red in the lot, no silhouette of a man running, just the churned up snow where something heavy had been dragged or carried. Boot prints marked the concrete and the asphalt in a staggered trail from the door to the open spaces. They were deeper than the usual shoe prints dotting the lot. Wide ovals pressed down hard enough to expose dark pavement under the thin white layer. The tread was big. Heavy boots, not sneakers. Mixed in with them, cutting sideways across the lot, were the drag marks. Long, uneven troughs where something had scraped along the surface. The snow had been gouged out in two lazy parallel lines, then partially filled again by new flakes. They led away from the door like someone had taken a rake through the powder. "Hey!" Dad shouted, pointlessly, into the open lot. His breath tore out of him in clouds. "Hey, stop!" He started running, boots slipping a little as he hit the slick patch just off the concrete strip. The other man, Doug, a guy from his Rotary Club, was right behind him, shoes not meant for speed on ice. I followed, my lungs tightening as cold air hit them. Each inhale burned. The snow stung the strip of skin between my hat and my collar. My ears filled with the crunch of our feet, the hiss of the snowfall, the distant whoomp of a car somewhere else on Oak Lane rolling through slush. They got maybe halfway down the lot before Dad slowed. He was not a young man, not anymore, and the snow was coming down harder by the second. The SUV's taillights were already gone, swallowed by the street and the curve and the curtain of white. He stopped between two cars, chest heaving, and just stood there, hands on his knees. "Son of a..." he started, then cut himself off, maybe remembering where we were, maybe just running out of anger, mid-sentence. I turned in a slow circle, trying to make my eyes do what they could not. The world narrowed down to the cone of space inside the lot lights and the smeared streaks of motion beyond them. There was no Santa figure breaking away into the dark, no stray flash of red behind a SUV. For all the evidence in front of us, the man in the suit had simply stepped into reality, opened a door, and let it close behind him. But the ground told a different story. Near the door, boot prints clustered, overlapping in confusion. Then, as they moved away, they thinned into a more distinct trail. A heavy set of tracks heading toward the far end of the lot, angled toward the exit. The drag marks followed the same line. "Look," Doug said, pointing with 2 fingers. His voice sounded small in the open air. "They pulled it. Or him. Something." I followed his gesture. The troughs in the snow made an irregular pattern, as if the weight on the end of them had shifted around. One of the lines cut deeper at a point, like it had snagged on a chunk of ice. The music from inside bled faintly through the brick, muffled, warped, the bass thumping like a slowed-down heartbeat. Every now and then, the hall door opened, and the noise swelled for a moment before dying back again. The laughter, the shouts, the children's voices, they went on, unbroken. Most of them still had no idea anything was wrong. Dad straightened up, wiped his mouth with the back of his glove. Snow had already settled on his shoulders and hat. He peered toward the street, as if sheer willpower could rewind what had just happened. "Call 911, he said to Doug. "Right now." "I've got it," someone else answered. I turned to see where the third voice came from and spotted Mark Beaumont, one of the off-duty cops from town, standing near the side of the building. He must have followed us out a few seconds after we bolted. I had not heard him over my own breathing. His dress shirt looked too thin for the weather, sleeves already darkening with melt. He had his phone pressed to his ear, his other hand cupped around it to block the wind. "Yeah, this is Beaumont," he was saying. "I'm at the community center on Oak Lane. We've got a situation." He turned away slightly to rattle off details. Suspect in a Santa suit, possible vehicle, theft in progress. His voice dropped lower when he said, "kidnapping." Like the word might summon something worse if it got too loud. Dad moved a few steps further into the lot, scanning left and right. His boots crunched in the snow, the sound harsh and brittle. He pivoted slowly, looking toward the line of cars parked near the far edge. A thought slid into my head, quiet and sickening. "Where's Tom's car?" I asked. Dad did not answer. He had not heard me. His eyes were bouncing from license plate to license plate, trying to find something familiar. "Dad," I said, louder, "where's Tom's car?" We both knew what it looked like. A dark blue sedan with a cracked taillight on the driver's side and a rotary sticker in the back window. It had been parked in almost the same spot at every event since I was a kid. Seeing that car in this lot was as much a part of the picture as the building itself. It was not there. There were cars, sure. A few minivans, a truck, a silver SUV I'd noticed earlier in the evening, now with a fresh frosting of snow on top. But not Tom's. There was an empty space where my memory insisted it should have been. A blank in the pattern, like a missing tooth. Dad's gaze finally landed on that gap. I watched the realization sink in. You could practically see it move through him. From his eyes, to the set of his mouth, to the way his shoulders stiffened. "Mark," he called, his voice cracking on the name. The officer turned back toward us, hand still on his phone. "Tom's car," Dad said. "It's gone." Mark's face shifted. An off-duty cop is still a cop. There is a particular look they get when something links up in their head. His eyes flicked toward the empty space, then toward the tracks in the snow, then back at us. He covered the phone's mic with his palm. "They take it when they left?" he asked, already knowing the answer. "He would not just leave," Dad said. He sounded like he was strangling on the words. "Not without telling me. Not without..." I did not need him to finish the sentence. Not without his wallet on him, not without his coat, not without someone seeing. Mark pulled his hand away from the phone and raised his voice. Possible stolen vehicle as well, he said into it. Owner is still on scene, car missing from lot. Registered to a Thomas Green. We need units to sweep the area. Check all roads out of town. He listened for a moment, nodding, eyes never leaving the tracks on the ground. Snow kept falling. It was sticking more now, starting to blur the edges of every mark. Each minute that passed made the prints shallower, the drag lines softer. Look at this, Doug said, kneeling by one of the boot impressions. His jeans soaked up the cold instantly, but he did not seem to notice. This is fresh, deeper than the others. Big guy, and something was definitely dragged. Or someone, I heard myself say. Nobody corrected me. The word hung between us, heavy as the snow clouds overhead. From inside the building, a burst of laughter spiked louder. Someone telling a joke, unaware of the hollow that had opened up just outside the walls. The sound came out muffled and wrong, like it was playing through cheap speakers in another room. Dad turned in a tight circle, looking from the door to the tracks to the street and back. He went to change, he said, as if narrating the sequence might make it less insane. He went to change, and then, what? They grabbed him? They were waiting? The side hallway, the closing door, the smell of exhaust, the empty hangar, all of it rearranged itself in my mind. Little wrong signals that had been easy to brush aside now lined up in a straight, ugly line. They knew he'd be alone, I said quietly. Back there. They knew exactly when. Mark finished with dispatch and slipped his phone into his pocket. His jaw was tight enough to show a muscle jumping near his ear. All right, he said. Listen, the units are on their way. We can't do much until they get here. Nobody else leaves. Nobody touches the tracks. We need to get statements. Check inside. See if anyone saw him go. He looked at Dad, his tone shifting slightly. We also need to find somewhere to keep the kids while this is sorted out. Dad laughed once, a short, humorless burst that vanished in the air. Yeah, he said. Sure, keep the kids happy, keep the show going, while my friend is... He did not finish that either. We all stood there for a moment in the ugly yellow light, surrounded by parked cars half buried in snow, listening to the crunch of our own boots and the hiss of falling flakes and the fading ghost of an engine that was already miles away. The hall behind us glowed warm through the narrow windows, a big square of light in the night. Inside it, people were still talking, still drinking coffee, still taking pictures of their kids in front of the stage. Out here, the shape of the night had changed. The Santa suit was gone. The red sack was gone. Tom's car was gone. And Tom, loud, solid, impossible to miss Tom, might as well have been erased from the scene with a gloved hand. Back inside the building, the heat hit my face so suddenly my eyes watered. The hallway seemed narrower now, the fluorescent lights too bright, making everything look like a crime scene photo. Snow melted off my shoes and soaked into the thin carpet runner, leaving dark, irregular blotches behind me. My lungs were still pulling in cold air and hot air at the same time, and it made my chest ache. Try his phone, Mark said, already moving toward the lobby. Both of you. Dad was ahead of me by a few steps, his hand already digging into the pocket of his shirt for his reading glasses and his other hand fumbling out his phone. He thumbed the screen, jaw set. I pulled mine out as well. I had Tom's number from some group text Dad had added me to months earlier. We both hit call at almost the same time. The line rang twice, then cut straight to voicemail. "You've reached Tom?" Dad hung up before the message could finish. His thumb shook on the screen. He tried again, stabbing at the contact, as if pure force could change the outcome. Straight to voicemail. He cursed then, not loudly, not the performative damn he might throw out when the Steelers lost a game. It was a soft, ugly word under his breath, the kind of thing I had only heard from him once or twice in my life, when the world had really hurt him. Something about that made the whole situation feel more real than the missing suit or the empty hanger hat. "Maybe his phone fell," I said, because my brain needed to offer something, anything. "Maybe it's broken." Dad didn't answer. He just lowered the phone and stared at the dark screen for a second, his mouth a hard line. Mark was already in motion again, switching into that clipped, efficient mode you only see when someone's job is suddenly all that matters. "All right," he said, raising his voice just enough to reach the few people who had followed us into the hallway. "We're going to take a quick look around the property while we wait for the units. Nobody leaves. Stay inside. Keep the kids away from the side doors and windows. Tell them Santa had an emergency call back to the North Pole or something." The last part tasted sour on his tongue, but he said it anyway. "Doug, you take the street side," he added, pointing. "See if they ditched anything on the way out. I'll circle the building, check the back. Hank, watch the front entrance. Make sure nobody wanders out to the lot." "What can I do?" I asked. Dad answered before Mark could. "Stay put," he said, too fast. "Stay inside. Let them handle it." It came out as an order, the way you talk to a much younger kid. Under different circumstances, it would have annoyed me. Right then, I understood it for what it was. The only small thing he felt like he could still control. "I'm fine," I said anyway. "I can look around the side or something. I'm not a baby." Mark glanced between us, calculating. "Just stay close to the building," he said finally, like he was handing me a compromise. "Don't go off into the street. Don't go near the road. If you see anything, yell. And don't go alone too far into the dark, all right? I don't need 2 missing people tonight." He tried to make it sound like a joke. It didn't land. We split. Doug headed toward the front lobby and out to Oak Lane, his breath already visible through the glass doors. Mark went down the hallway and out the side door again. Radio clipped back onto his belt now, shoulders set. Dad moved toward the main hall, swallowing hard, probably rehearsing whatever lie he was about to tell to keep the night from collapsing completely. For a moment, I was just untethered. I drifted toward the back of the building, past the kitchen and past the little office where the director of the community center spent her days juggling schedules and budget cuts. There was a narrow side door there, next to a stack of folding tables and a soda machine that buzzed louder than anything else in this wing. Beyond that door, I knew, were the dumpsters. The push bar was cold under my palm. I leaned into it, and the door swung open with a low metallic groan. The air outside this time was different, colder somehow, even though it was only a few yards from the side lot where we'd just been. The back of the building faced a strip of what passed for woods in our town, a narrow band of trees and undergrowth that separated the community center from a drainage ditch, and beyond that, a row of houses whose back porches you could just see in daylight. At night, with the lot lights facing the other way. It was thick shadow. The dumpsters sat on their own little concrete pad, two big green metal hulks with their lids closed. A dusting of snow lay on top of them, uninterrupted. No footprints, no drag marks, just smooth white and the occasional drifting flake. It was quieter back here. The party was on the other side of the building. The hall's noise filtered around the corners and through the brick in a dull, distant way, more like the memory of sound than the sound itself. The main road was farther too, so the passing cars were reduced to an occasional far-off hiss rather than the constant presence they had at the front. The strongest sound was the building itself. The big heating unit that squatted near the wall hummed steadily, a mechanical breathing. Every so often, it would give a little shudder as something inside kicked on or off, making a hollow thunk against the housing. Warm air puffed from a vent on the side, making little puffs of snow dance before they settled again. I stood there on the narrow strip of cleared concrete between the door and the dumpsters, my hands tucked under my arms for warmth, and listened. Under the hum, under the occasional far-off tire noise from Oak Lane, there was nothing. Just the soft whisper of falling snow, landing on metal and asphalt and dead leaves. I remember thinking, if Tom is out here, he'd call. He'd yell. We'd hear him. Then I heard it. Help! It was thin, strained, the kind of shout that comes from a throat already tired. It rode over the top of the heating unit's hum in a weak arc and then snapped off. I froze, every muscle in my body going rigid. For a second, I thought it was in my head. The echo of Dad shouting, "Hey!" in the lot, replaying on a delay, or some kid nearby yelling help as part of a game. I turned my head toward the corner of the building, where the concrete ended and the ground sloped down toward the tree line. The snow was deeper there, undisturbed except for a thin line of animal tracks. "Hello," I called stupidly because my brain refused to pick which name to use. The sound of my own voice bounced back too fast, clipped off by the building's wall. It did not carry far. For a moment, there was only the heater and the snow again. The hairs on my arms had risen painfully. My fingers felt suddenly clumsy inside my gloves. I almost decided I had imagined it. Then it came again. "Help!" Louder this time, rougher, dragged up from somewhere deeper in a chest you only tap when panic is involved. And this time, there was no mistaking the voice. I had heard Tom yell at football games, over power tools, across crowded halls. I had heard him call my name from the bleachers when I was 12 and missed an easy shot, his laughter booming afterward. I knew the way his words bent around vowels, the way his voice cracked on certain consonants when he was really worked up. It was him. "Dad!" I shouted, already turning toward the door. But Dad was nowhere near. He was on the other side of the building, buried in 100 small problems and one huge one. The hall swallowed my shout, folded it into the general noise. No one came running. "Help! Over here!" Tom's voice again, from the same direction, the dark strip of trees behind the dumpsters. There was an edge of rawness to it that had not been there the first time. Desperation eats polish fast. Nobody else answered. No door banged open on the far side. No flashlight beam swung out into the night. If anyone else heard it from inside, the sound must have tangled with the music and laughter until it lost its meaning. I realized, very suddenly, that I was the closest person to that voice. Maybe the only one who could hear it clearly at all from this exact corner of the building, where the angles lined up just right. I was also the one Dad had told to stay put. The heater hummed on, indifferent. Snowflakes tapped lightly against the metal lids of the dumpsters, a soft, arrhythmic patter. Somewhere far off, a car honked on a different street. The sound so faint, it might as well have been from another town. "Tom," I called, stepping closer to the edge of the concrete. The snow dipped under my foot as I moved off the cleared strip and onto the untouched ground. My sneakers sank almost to the ankle. The cold soaked through immediately, cutting through the rubber, biting at my sock. "Back here," the voice shouted, closer now, but still muffled. "Please, back here." It was coming from beyond the dumpsters, down the slope, in the thin, dark line where the yard gave up and the woods began. The trees there were mostly bare, limbs black against the dim orange glow from the distant streetlights. Under them, shadows pooled. A rational, sensible part of my brain whispered that I should go get Mark, that I should turn around, run back down the hallway, find the cop making his circle, tell him what I'd heard, and come back with someone who had a gun and training and backup on the way. But the other part, the louder, more frantic part, kept repeating a single thought. If he's tied up, if he's hurt, if they shoved him in a ditch or a hole or something, and you waste even 2 minutes, what happens then? I stood there, my body suspended between the building's warmth and the wood's black mouth, listening to my own breathing clash with the machine's hum. "Please," Tom's voice again, breaking slightly on the word. No one else moved. No one else shouted back. Inside, through the brick, the faintest scrap of a carol floated out, insane and cheerful. In that moment, in that ugly little gap between reason and panic, I understood something that still bothers me when I think about it. I was not supposed to hear him. Not really. Whoever did this had counted on noise and distance and bad acoustics. They had counted on the party drowning out any cries from the wrong side of the building. They had not counted on me standing by the dumpsters, alone, with my ears tuned to every weird sound this place made. I took another step off the concrete into deeper snow toward the trees. The space behind the dumpsters felt like a line you were not supposed to step over. Up close, the little slope down to the trees was steeper than it looked from the concrete. Snow had drifted there in uneven piles, catching on dead weeds and old trash half buried from summer. Beyond that, the strip of wood stood like a cheap backdrop. Bare trunks, twisted branches, a tangle of undergrowth that looked thin in daylight and thick as a wall now. "Tom!" I yelled again, my voice cracking on the name. "Here!" he called back from somewhere inside that mess. "Back here! Hurry!" I pulled my phone out with numb fingers and fumbled for the flashlight. The screen flared white, then dimmed as my gloves slid wrong on the glass. For a second, the light just stuttered, flaring bright, then dropping, throwing the ground into jerky, unsettling motion. Come on," I muttered, finally getting the flashlight locked on. The beam wasn't strong. It cut a narrow tunnel through the falling snow, lighting individual flakes as they fell, making them look like slow ash. It caught on the backs of the dumpsters, turning the chipped green paint into something chalky and dead, then spilled over the edge of the concrete and down the slope. I stepped off the pad. The snow took me almost to mid-calf this time. Underneath it, the ground was uneven, frozen dirt, hidden rocks. My shoes slid sideways and my ankle twisted, sending a shock of pain up my leg. I grabbed the edge of the dumpster with my free hand to keep from going down. Branches creaked gently overhead as the wind slipped through them. Dry weeds cracked under the weight of my steps. Every sound I made felt too loud, like I was breaking rules just by moving. "Keep talking," I yelled. My voice came out thin in the open, swallowed faster than I wanted. "Here!" Tom shouted again, closer now. Off to my right. I angled the flashlight toward the sound. The beam jittered as I slid another step down the slope, dragging my foot out of the snow. I had that weird, irrational sensation that the dark just beyond the edges of the light was moving, closing in. "Almost there," I said, mostly for my own sake. The tree line reached for me. Bare branches clawed at my jacket sleeves and hat, shedding snow in sudden flurries when I brushed them. Twigs snapped underfoot, sharp little cracks that echoed strangely between the trunks. The hum of the heating unit faded behind me, replaced by softer, more natural sounds. The whisper of snow hitting dead leaves, the faint squeak of my soles on hidden ice. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, the sound faint and distorted. My flashlight beam swung across a tree and caught red. For a split second, my brain did the stupid automatic thing. Santa, standing in the trees. A solid slash of red against the gray-brown of bark and white of snow. Bulky shape. White blur near the top. My heart slammed into my ribs with such force, I actually stopped walking. Breath jammed in my throat. Then the light steadied, and the image rearranged itself into something worse and more real. It was not Santa standing there. It was Tom, tied to a tree. He was lashed to the trunk, just above the little slope break, where the ground flattened out for a few feet. His arms were wrenched behind him, wrists bound tight with some kind of cord that bit into his jacket. A thinner rope, the cheap nylon kind you buy on impulse at a hardware store, looped around his chest and the tree, crossing once under his arms like a seatbelt. The Santa jacket was half on him, half falling off. One sleeve hung loose, torn along the seam, the white fur at the cuff streaked with mud and snow. The front was open, the red fabric twisted across his torso at a wrong angle. The pants were bunched around his ankles, as if someone had yanked them off in a hurry and then thrown them back over his legs without caring how they landed. His forehead was smeared with blood. Not a horror movie gush. No exposed bone. No grotesque wounds. Just a dark, wet patch above his eyebrow where the skin had split, trailing a crooked line down the side of his nose, dried in places, still fresh in others. It was enough. It made everything around it feel more fragile. His face was too pale in the flashlight beam. His eyes were open, glassy at the edges, blinking slow, like he was fighting his way up from underwater. "Hey," I said, voice coming out much smaller than I meant. "Hey, it's me. It's me." "Kid," he rasped, and the relief in that one word almost undid me. "Jesus, thank God. Took you long enough." He tried to turn his head more toward me and winced. A muscle jumped in his jaw. I waited the last few feet, nearly going down when my heel hit a hidden root. My free hand grabbed the tree beside him, fingers slipping on cold bark. Up close, I could see his breath, puffing in short, sharp bursts, fogging the air in front of his mouth. "What happened?" I asked, stupidly, even as my brain threw me the obvious answer in gruesome flashcards. "Later," he said, the word shredded at the edges. "Get me off this damn tree first, all right?" I shoved my phone into my mouth, clamping the edge of it between my teeth so the light stayed aimed at him, and fumbled for my keys with both hands. The metal was ice cold when I wrapped my fingers around it. They felt too big and clumsy in my gloves, so I ripped one glove off with my teeth, letting it fall into the snow. My bare fingers screamed at the cold instantly, skin sticking to the roughness of the keyring as I dug through for the small, jagged house key I knew had a decent edge. "Hold still," I said around the phone, my words mushy with plastic and metal pressed against my lips. "Oh, I'm not going anywhere," Tom muttered, trying for a joke that came out thin and shaky. "Take your time. It's not like I'm losing feeling in my arms or anything." I moved behind him carefully, my shoes sliding on a layer of frozen leaves under the snow. Up close, the rope around his chest looked even cheaper. Fuzzy nylon fibers already fraying where they dug into his jacket. The cord at his wrists was different, tighter, a braided plastic that had cut angry red grooves into the skin above his gloves. I pressed the house key against the cord and started sawing. It was slow and awkward. The key was not meant for this. Its edge bit only a little at a time. My fingertips went numb so fast they felt like someone else's, like I was wearing thick, stupid mittens made of meat. Every time I pressed harder, the key slipped, scraping my knuckles or digging into the bark. "Sorry," I kept saying when my hand bumped him. "Sorry." Almost there. "Stop apologizing and hurry," he hissed. But there was no real bite in it. Underneath the words, I could hear something I had never heard in his voice before. Fear. Branches creaked above us as the wind shifted. A clump of snow dropped from somewhere higher up and thudded into the ground a few feet away. My flashlight, still clenched in my teeth, shook every time my jaw clenched, sending shadows jumping. "Did you see them?" I asked, because silence felt unbearable. "The guy in the suit?" Tom let out a harsh, unamused laugh that turned into a cough halfway through. "Oh, I saw them," he said. "One second I'm walking to the bathroom to change. Next second, I've got 3 geniuses in masks telling me I've won a special trip out back." The cord finally gave under the key with a sharp snap. His arms sagged a little, shoulders dropping as blood started to move through them again. He groaned in pain. The sound pulled out of him like a splinter. "Don't move yet," I said quickly, dropping the useless frayed end of the cord. "Let me get the rope too." I shifted to the front, scraping at the nylon across his chest. It was easier. Whoever tied it hadn't bothered with real knots, just rough wraps and quick pulls. The key bit into it more readily, strands fraying, then snapping. As I worked, his eyes fixed on me, still a little out of focus. "I'm sorry," he said suddenly, voice low. "I'm so damn sorry, kid." "For what?" I asked, confused, not looking up from the rope. He swallowed, throat working. "For thinking this was just fun, a game. I should have seen it. All those flyers, all that talk about premium electronics. Felt like painting a target on the door." The rope loosened. I pulled it away from his chest, tossing it aside into the snow like a dead snake. He slumped forward, catching himself against the tree with both hands, fingers scrabbling at the bark as feeling came roaring back in ugly pins and needles. "Easy," I said, grabbing his arm to steady him. Under the torn jacket, his muscles jumped. He sucked in air through his teeth, eyes clenching shut briefly. "They knew," he said, suddenly, the words coming out in a rush, like he'd been holding them back until he had someone to aim them at. "They knew about the gifts. They knew your dad's name. They knew when I'd walk out that door." My stomach dropped. "What?" I asked. The flashlight slipped a little in my grip as I pulled it back into my hand, wiping my mouth with the back of my wrist. "They were laughing," he said, his voice going hoarse on the last word. Even when they hit me, they were laughing, kept saying, "You people make it too easy," posting your schedule, your sponsor, your haul all over town, telling us exactly when Santa's going to be alone. He looked past me then, toward the faint glow of the lot lights bleeding through the branches. Snow clung to his hair, where his hat was gone, melting in slow drips down his temple, mingling with the blood. One of them said your dad's name. He added, barely above a whisper, full name. Said, "Relax, Tom. Your buddy's busy playing MC. He won't even know you're gone until we're halfway to the highway." The woods seemed to close in for a second. The trees pressed closer. The night got thicker. The hum of the heating unit at the building's back suddenly sounded too far away. This was not some random drunk in a cheap costume stumbling into the wrong party. It was not some opportunist who saw the sag and acted on impulse. They had known the setup. They had known the timing. They had known who would be where and when. The flyers, the schedule, the premium electronics for every child promise, the broken camera nobody had bothered to fix, the slush prints in the storage room before the party even started. You people make it too easy. I helped Tom peel his arms away from the tree, feeling the stiffness in his shoulders, the way his legs shook when he tried to straighten them. Behind us, the black line of the drainage ditch cut through the snow. Beyond that, the faint silhouettes of houses glowed with soft Christmas lights, people inside them watching TV, wrapping gifts, living out their own harmless little holiday scenes. They had no idea that in this thin strip of woods, between their backyards and our community hall, someone had just practiced a different kind of holiday tradition. Study the flyers, learn the names, wait for the door to open. By the time I got Tom moving, my feet were blocks of ice. He leaned on me heavier than I expected for a guy I had always thought of as indestructible. Each step away from the tree was a negotiation between his legs and gravity. The snow sucked at our shoes, pulling at his half-bunched pants, soaking through the thin fabric. Behind us, the imprint of his back on the bark looked like a shadow that did not quite want to let him go. We scrambled and slipped our way back up the little slope behind the dumpsters, his weight dragging at my shoulder. When we hit the concrete pad, the building's heater hummed insistently, the blast of warm air from its vent feeling wrong on my numb fingers. The side door banged open before I could reach for it. Dad stood there in the rectangle of light, eyes wide, breath clouding in the cold. Mark was behind him, radio in hand, one shoulder already turned, like he was caught between going out and going back in. "What the?" Dad started, then saw Tom. For a second, his face did something I had never seen before. It went through shock, relief, and rage so fast they blurred, leaving behind a raw, stripped look that had no name. "Oh my God," he said, voice cracking. "Tom." They rushed out to grab him, one on each side, easing my arm out from under his. Tom stumbled once, knees buckling, and Mark caught most of his weight. "They're gone," Tom rasped, words slurring a little. "Took the suit, took the bag, took my damn car." "We know," Mark said. "We saw them leaving the lot. We've got units out." Tom huffed a humorless laugh that came out as a cough. "Yeah? Good luck." Dad's hand hovered near the wound on his forehead, not quite touching it. Up close, it looked worse. The dried blood cracked in little zigzags where his skin wrinkled, a fresh ooze at the edge where the cut had reopened when we jostled him. "What did they use?" Dad asked. "What did they?" "Pipe," Tom said, closing his eyes briefly. Or crowbar. Didn't stop to ask. Mark's radio crackled to life, dispatch talking fast. He answered in short, clipped phrases, eyes always moving. The back doorway, the dumpsters, the tree line, even as he spoke. When he got off, he looked at Dad. EMS is on the way, he said. Couple of patrol cars, too. We need to get him around to the lot, somewhere they can pull right up. They half walked, half carried Tom along the side of the building. I trailed them, my legs suddenly shaky now that adrenaline had somewhere to go. Snow fell in heavier sheets, visible in the lot lights as quick white streaks. When we rounded the corner, the parking lot looked different. Red and blue lights bounced off the snow and the cinder block walls, turning everything into a pulsing, low-budget horror set. A cruiser idled near the entrance, light bar spinning. Another was pulling in, tires crunching over the boot prints and drag marks, smearing them further. The sirens themselves cut off as soon as the cars settled, as if someone had hit a switch. In their place, the mechanical clack of doors opening, the squawk of radios, the murmur of clipped voices trading information. The ambulance rolled in a minute later, its own lights strobing harshly across the lot. The back door slammed open before it fully stopped. 2 paramedics jumped down, their breath blowing white in front of their faces, gloved hands already sorting through gear. For a few moments, everything focused on Tom. They sat him on the back bumper, checked his pupils with a pen light, wrapped a blood pressure cuff around his arm. One of them dabbed at his forehead with gauze, the white turning pink, then red. They asked the questions they always ask: name, date, what happened. He answered in broken chunks, jaw tight. 3 of them, he said. Masks. Came up behind me near the corner, just past the restroom. One hit me, went down. Next thing I know, I'm out back making friends with a tree. They say anything? The paramedic asked, eyes on his pupils. Tom's laugh sounded more like a bark. Yeah, they argued about who got to be Santa, made a real joke out of it. Santa stealing Christmas. Real comedians. Dad stood close enough to hear, but far enough that he was not in the way. The muscles in his neck were rigid. His hands kept opening and closing at his sides, fingers flexing against nothing. Inside the building, through the lobby windows, I could still see pieces of the party. Kids running in loops they were no longer supposed to be running. A cluster of parents near the entrance, some with coats on, some halfway there, all of them with their faces angled toward the lot lights. The music had, unbelievably, kept playing for a few extra minutes after we went outside. Some volunteer, too frazzled to realize it was still on. It finally cut off now, mid-chorus, leaving a brief, jarring silence. Then the inside noise resumed, but weaker, scattered. No one was laughing as loud. No one was screaming Santa's name anymore. Out here, the mood had shifted from party to procedure. Mark stood a few feet away, talking to 2 uniformed officers. He pointed toward the side door, then toward the tracks in the snow, his finger drawing arcs in the cold air. One of the officers nodded, already pulling out his phone to take pictures of the prints before the snow buried them completely. Another patrolman went to the front lobby, holding the door open with one hip, and said something to the group gathered there. A few of the kids tried to dart out, eyes wide at the sight of the flashing lights. A woman with a volunteer badge herded them back in, lips pressed tight. Should we be going home? One dad called, voice muffled through the glass. Not yet. Mark answered. "We just need statements. Sit tight." The phrase landed badly. People started talking louder, hands gesturing toward the lot, toward their cars. Fear wears the same jacket as impatience sometimes. "Some Christmas party," Tom muttered, watching it all from the bumper. One of the paramedics wrapped a blanket around his shoulders, tucking it in tight at the front. The red of the fabric clashed with the Santa coat still hanging crooked off one arm. "You're lucky," the paramedic said, not unkindly. "That blow could have been worse. We'll get you checked out at the hospital just to be safe." "Lucky," Tom repeated, eyes flat. "Sure." A second officer peeled off from the cluster and headed toward the building, a small notepad in hand. I watched him go, the way his boots left fresh, clean prints overlaying the messy ones from earlier. "Cameras," he called to Mark as he passed. "They got any working ones in there?" "Front entrance, lobby, hall," Mark said. "Side doors got one, but it looked like trash last time I was here. Check it all." The officer nodded and went inside. I followed at a distance. The air in the lobby was thick and humid, fogged by the breath of too many people who were dressed for a night of mild indoor discomfort. Not a brush with something sharp and ugly. The kids were corralled now toward the middle of the hall, away from the doors, away from any windows that might give them a view of the light show outside. A couple of volunteers had moved the dessert tables, repurposing them as a rough barrier. Someone was passing out extra cookies as if sugar could plug the holes. Adults clustered along the walls, phones in hand, thumbs flying. I caught fragments as I walked past. "No, we're fine, but yeah, at the community center, can you believe they say to stay put for now? I don't know." The officer with the notepad headed straight for the front desk and the little monitor mounted behind it. The community center's security system consisted of a small bank of cameras feeding into a screen that looked like it belonged in a thrift store. Static fuzzed across it in little waves. The front-facing camera, trained on the lobby and the outer doors, showed a grainy fisheye view of people moving in and out, shrunken by perspective. "Can you pull it back a couple hours?" he asked the staffer on duty. She nodded, fingers trembling on the mouse. On the screen, the footage rewound in fast blur. Kids zipping backward, doors opening and closing like blinking eyes, the lot behind them filling and emptying. When he signaled, she hit play. We watched the front view first, families arriving, snow lightening, then thickening again. A shot of Tom's familiar sedan pulling into the lot earlier in the evening, him climbing out, slamming the door, rubbing his hands together in the cold. It felt like watching a ghost. "Mark will want copies of all this," the officer said absently. "What about the side door?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in my own ears. He glanced at me, then nodded. "Yeah, that one too." The staffer pulled up the side door camera feed. If the front view looked like an old VHS tape, the side view looked like something dug out from the bottom of a flooded box. The angle was wrong. The camera tilted just enough that we were looking at more wall than door. The lens was fogged at one corner, some kind of condensation or old damage smeared across it like a thumbprint. The timestamp popped up in the corner, blinking faintly. The image wobbled when someone bumped the door under it. "Can you zoom?" the officer asked. She tried. The image got bigger, but not clearer. Pixelated blobs stretched across the screen, colors bleeding into each other. The door was barely in frame. The lot beyond it was just a wash of gray and yellow static, with occasional darker streaks that might be cars, might be snow, might be nothing at all. At one point, the screen flickered and rolled, then steadied again. A shape, tall, bulky, red, passed briefly through the edge of the frame. You could not see a face, not even a beard. Just the suggestion of movement and the flare of something white at shoulder height. "Is that?" the staffer started. "No way to tell," the officer said tightly. "We'll take a copy anyway, but..." He did not need to finish. We all knew what useless looked like. The only really clean footage they were going to get from that night was from the inside. The front camera catching the entrance and the hall, the stage from a distance, a blur of kids, and, somewhere near the center, a man in a red suit moving through them with a bag. A brand rep from the bank showed up sometime during all of this. I had seen him earlier in the night, when things were still simple. A guy in a tailored coat and a scarf that probably cost more than my entire winter wardrobe, shaking hands with Dad, smiling with all his teeth. Now his smile was gone. He hovered near the edge of the lobby, avoiding the kids, avoiding the windows. He waited until the officer stepped away from the desk and then slid in close to my dad, who had just come back inside. He put a hand on Dad's arm, steering him a half step away from the nearest group. "Jim," he said, voice low, trying and failing to sound casual. "We're obviously going to cooperate with whatever this is, with the investigation. But..." Dad looked at him, eyes still red at the edges. "But what?" "But we do need to be mindful of messaging," the rep said. He actually winced as the word came out of his mouth. "If this hits the news, which it probably will, we want to make sure our brand isn't, attached to..." He gestured vaguely toward the doors, where the red and blue lights were still flickering across the glass. "This mess," he finished. For a second, I thought my dad was going to hit him. His face went very still, in the way it does right before something cracks. His hand flexed once at his side. When he spoke, his voice was low enough that I almost had to strain to hear it. "Your brand," he said, "is the reason those gifts were here in the first place. The reason they put a $sign on this night. You want to worry about optics, go ahead. I'm going to worry about my friend and the fact that somebody walked into a room full of kids wearing our Santa suit." The bank rep shifted his weight, adjusting his scarf like it had suddenly grown too tight. "Of course," he said quickly. "Of course. I didn't mean..." "We'll follow your lead." He backed off then, retreating toward the coffee table, where he stared down into an empty styrofoam cup like it might offer a better script. The officer at the desk hit pause on the footage. On the little monitor, frozen in grainy gray and yellow, was a still frame of the hall from earlier in the night. Kids clustered, parents distracted, a man in red mid-step, head turned just enough that the camera caught only the side of his hat and the bulging sack over his shoulder. It looked, in that moment, almost exactly like every other Santa photo from every other small-town Christmas party I had ever seen. If you did not know what came after, it could have been cute. Knowing what I knew, watching that frozen image felt like looking at a crime scene where the weapon was still being passed around, disguised as a gift. You would think that would be the end of it. The sirens, the flashing lights, the paramedics loading Tom into the ambulance. It was not. After the ambulance doors slammed and pulled away, after the first carload of parents finally pushed through the confusion and left against Mark's advice, The night did not collapse the way I expected. It sagged. It limped. At some point, while officers took statements in the lobby and volunteers tried not to cry in front of the kids, Dad disappeared. I found him 10 minutes later in the little office behind the front desk, door half closed, one hand braced on the filing cabinet. The overhead light gave his face a washed-out look. His phone was pressed to his ear. "No, I know," he was saying. "I know what they took. I was standing there. Yes, I understand. But we still have 40 kids in that hall who think Santa walked off with their Christmas. I can't just..." He stopped, listening. His jaw muscle jumped. "Fine," he said finally. "I'll figure something out." He hung up and leaned his head back against the cabinet. For a second, he looked older than I had ever seen him, like the fluorescent light had stripped 10 years off the wrong side of his life. "Bank?" I asked. "Insurance," he said. "They want itemized lists and serial numbers and time frames. They do not, shockingly, issue emergency vouchers for, sorry, a fake Santa jacked your stuff." He rubbed his eyes with his thumb and forefinger, then looked at me. "There are still kids out there," he said. "Some of their parents can't leave yet, even if they want to. Snow's coming down harder. Roads are a mess. If we just shut it down now, what are we telling them? That some asshole can walk in, ruin everything, and we shrug and send them home? That is what happened," I said. He gave a tired half laugh that did not reach his eyes. "Yeah, but they do not need to know it like that. Not tonight. Not all the way." "What are you going to do?" I asked. He glanced at the clock on the wall, calculating. "There's the 24-hour Walmart out by the highway," he said slowly. "If I take your car and drive careful, I can be there and back in an hour. Less if the plows have hit the main road." "You're going to buy back a sack full of tablets?" I asked, incredulous. He shook his head. "We can't replace what was stolen. Not really. But we can put something in their hands that isn't an empty story. Little toys, candy, gift cards, whatever I can grab fast." It felt stupid and noble at the same time. "You sure that's safe?" I asked, picturing him alone on slick roads, whiteout conditions. "You think I can stand in that hall and do nothing?" he asked back. I did not have a good answer. He squeezed my shoulder once on his way out, an automatic gesture that said more than he had time for. Then he grabbed his coat from the rack, ducked past an officer who tried to wave him down for another question, and pushed through the front doors into the swirling snow. I watched his taillights until they disappeared into the night. The party did not so much continue as stagger in place. Someone found a box of old plastic ornaments in the storage room and repurposed them as emergency prizes. A volunteer dug into a stash of candy canes that had been meant for the end of the night and started handing them out early. Parents were pressed into service as ad hoc entertainers, telling stories, starting sing-alongs without music. I drifted back into the hall eventually, drawn by inertia. It felt like walking into a hospital waiting room where everyone was pretending they were still at a birthday party. The music stayed off. No one wanted to risk the speakers picking that moment to squeal again. Without the playlist, the room sounded wrong. Every clink of a cup, every scrape of a chair leg, every whisper between adults seemed magnified. The heater was louder now, or maybe I was just hearing it for the first time. Its low, endless roar came through the vents and waves, breathing hot air onto the backs of people's necks. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead with a thin, needling whine. Kids sat on the floor in loose groups, tearing into whatever replacements the volunteers had scraped together. Instead of sleek electronics and shiny boxes, they were opening dollar store puzzles, plastic cars and flimsy packaging, off-brand dolls with eyes that did not quite line up. The wrapping paper was thinner, the tape haphazard. You could see it in some of their faces. The flicker of disappointment they tried to swallow when they realized this was not what they had been picturing on the drive over. Most of them still smiled anyway. Candy is candy. A toy is a toy. The youngest ones did not know the difference between a tablet and a plastic truck. It was the older ones, the ones with phones already, who kept glancing toward the stage, toward the side door, like their eyes were trying to rewind the night and find the point where it went wrong. I helped pass out the last of the emergency gifts. Every time I handed over a plastic-wrapped toy, my mind flashed back to the bulging red sack on the stage, the weight of it hitting Santa's shoulder, the sound of his boots crossing the floor. I thought about Tom, tied to that tree, blood freezing on his forehead while we clapped and took pictures of the man in his clothes. My stomach churned. Some of the parents tried to make jokes out of it. Guess Santa had to downsize this year, one dad said, holding up a bag of cheap candy and making a face. Recession hits the North Pole too, huh? People chuckled. Their eyes did not. Every time someone's keys jingled in their pocket, I flinched, hearing bells that were not bells. Every time a door closed a little too hard somewhere, a restroom, the kitchen, I felt a spike of adrenaline that made my hands sweat and then go cold again. Dad came back eventually, cheeks chapped, hair wet with melted snow. He carried 3 big blue Walmart bags in each hand, fingers red from the weight and the cold. He did not bother to take his coat off. He just dumped the bags on a table, tore them open, and started sorting. I watched him move, jaw clenched. Guilt lived in a strange place in me that night. Not where it should have, maybe, but deep and constant. I kept replaying everything. The storage room door left open, the slush print under the suit, the red shape in the lot, twice. The way the side door had clicked shut just before everything started. Every replay came with the same useless questions. Why didn't you push harder? Why didn't you get marked sooner? Why weren't you faster? Not your fault, Tom had said, back at the tree, breath ragged. But he was concussed and tied to bark. His opinion did not cancel out the looping script in my own head. Eventually, parents started leaving in manageable clumps, guided by officers who took names and numbers at the door. The plows had hit the main road. The snow in the lot was packed enough now that tires could find purchase. Red and blue lights dimmed as one patrol car after another peeled away to follow up some lead on a dark SUV that had probably already crossed county lines. By 10:30, the hall was half empty. By 11, it was just the diehards and the people who could not get their kids into boots without a full-scale meltdown. By midnight, the place was dead. The last family left, a little girl clutching a cheap stuffed bear to her chest like it was the best thing she had ever owned. The volunteer with the badge turned the deadbolt on the front doors with a solid, satisfying chunk that felt years too late. Then it was just me, Dad, and a couple of other volunteers in a room that had seen too much. We moved on autopilot, trash into bags, tablecloths stripped and folded badly, chairs dragged into stacks that clattered too loud in the lingering quiet. The heater cycled down once, leaving a brief silence so complete I could hear the vending machine buzzing near the lobby all the way from the hall. Then it kicked back on with a shudder. The lights hummed relentlessly, throwing that same flat, unforgiving glow over the scuffed floor. I was stacking chairs near the side of the stage when I noticed the prints. They were faint, dried outlines where wet soles had once been. Earlier, when the hall was crowded, they'd been invisible under all the movement. Now, with the floor mostly clear and the snow melt dried into patchy stains, they stood out. They started near the hallway entrance, where the carpet runner ended and the linoleum began, a series of dark, overlapping ovals tracking moisture and grit. From there, they led in a loose line toward the stage, veering slightly left near the middle of the room. I knelt, squinting at them in the harsh light. Boot prints, not shoes. Big, deep treads stamped into the water that had later dried into a pattern, a size or two larger than my dad's, maybe more, definitely bigger than mine. They had a wide, squared-off heel and a distinctive crosshatch in the center. I followed them forward, eyes tracing the path. They led to the base of the stage steps, where they got muddled with smaller prints. Kids, parents, people clustering earlier in the evening. But under the mess, I could still pick out the same crosshatch pattern in a couple of spots. I looked back toward the hallway. Those prints did not match the ones I remembered outside in the lot. Not exactly. The ones out there had been broader, with a different tread, deeper, where they'd broken through the snow. On a hunch, I walked over to the far side of the hall, near the other emergency exit, the one nobody had used tonight. There, near the wall, was another thin line of dried prints. These were narrower, still boots, but with a different pattern, more circular shapes on the sole, less of a crosshatch. They led from the same hallway entrance, cut diagonally across the room, then looped back toward the side of the stage from the opposite angle. Two sets of tracks, two different boots. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. Tom's shoes had a distinct tread. I knew it from years of seeing them on wet floors and muddy fields. Neither of these patterns matched that, and he had not been in the hall in the suit at all. He'd been tied to a tree while all this happened, which meant these were not his. They weren't my dad's either. He'd spent most of the event near the stage, sure, but his soles were worn flat at the center. The faint prints trailing his path now looked different, blurrier, less defined. I followed the overlapping boot prints back toward the entrance again, tracing the two separate paths with my eyes. One set moved more directly between the hallway and the stage. The other took a more meandering route, cutting closer to the walls, as if whoever made them had stayed just outside the main flow of people. A memory shifted into place. The unfamiliar man I'd seen earlier, standing alone near the back wall with a styrofoam cup, watching the room. I had assumed he was the same person who later put on the suit. Looking at the floor, I felt less sure. "How's it looking over there?" Dad called from the other end of the hall, dragging a table with a hollow scrape. "Almost done," I said automatically. I straightened up slowly, my knees popping. For a moment, I just stood there, surrounded by the hum of the heater and the buzz of the lights and the echo of a night that refused to end cleanly. We had spent hours thinking about one Santa, one man in one stolen suit, one set of boots walking out with a bag of gifts. Looking down at the ghost of their steps in muddy outlines and dried salt, I realized the truth was more crowded. One fake Santa, at least one lookout inside the hall. Maybe more, moving around the edges, leaving only mismatched patterns on the floor to prove they were ever there. "You people make it too easy," they had said. not just one voice. A chorus, hiding in plain sight, walking where we walked, standing where we stood, long enough to learn exactly how to hurt us and get away with it. By the time the police finally let it go, everyone else already had. For a couple of days, it was the only thing people in Maple Ridge talked about. The Santa theft, the local paper called it, like a bad holiday special. The news ran a 30-second clip, stock footage of the community center, a reporter standing out front in a too-thin coat, a line of text at the bottom about presents stolen from children's event, one man injured. They blurred Tom's face in the still image they used, even though everyone in town knew exactly who it was. Then there was a car accident on the highway 2 towns over, and a house fire in January, and a school board fight that would not die. And our story slid down the page, then off it. People's lives kept moving. Ours did too, technically. Tom came home from the hospital with a concussion, a handful of stitches, and a new scar that bisected his eyebrow. He joked about it when he could stand to, said it made him look rugged, then winced when laughing hurt his head. Underneath the jokes, something in him had tightened. He walked into rooms differently now, eyes finding exits first, hands never empty. Dad went to too many follow-up meetings, with the cops, with the bank, with the community center board. They talked about security improvements and event protocols and risk assessment. They put a sign-up sheet on a clipboard asking for volunteers to fundraise for a new camera system. Nobody talked much about how it felt to stand in that hall and watch a red suit walk out with a sack full of kids' names. A week after Christmas, on a Tuesday night, Dad came home with a flash drive. He put it on the kitchen table next to his keys, the plastic looking small and harmless in the pile. "What's that?" I asked, even though I already knew. "Copy of the footage," he said. "From the hall camera. Officer Beaumont dropped it off, said we deserve to see it if we want." We did not watch it right away. We ate dinner first, both of us picking at leftover ham and boiled potatoes that had lost their appeal days ago. The TV in the corner was off. The house felt too quiet. After the dishes were rinsed and stacked, and the dishwasher hummed to life, Dad picked up the flash drive again. He turned it over once between his fingers, like he was weighing it. "You sure you want to see this?" he asked. "Yes," I said too quickly. He nodded, maybe more to himself than to me, and we moved into the living room. It was one of those weird limbo evenings. Too late in the holiday break to feel like a vacation. Too early for school or work to fully claim you. Outside, the snow in our front yard had gone from pretty to crusted, gray at the edges where the plows had piled it. The streetlights carved out small, lonely circles in the dark. Inside, the living room felt smaller than usual. Dad killed the overhead lamp, leaving just the dull glow from the kitchen and the blue standby light at the bottom of the TV. The furnace cycled on with a low, familiar roar, blowing warm air through the vents along the floor. The fridge in the next room kicked in a second later, adding its own deeper hum. He plugged the flash drive into the side of the TV. The menu blinked up, overly bright in the dim room. He scrolled with the remote, thumb clicking, until he found the file labeled with the date and the time block. "Here," he said, more to the screen than to me, and hit play. The footage was worse than I remembered from the tiny monitor at the community center. On our bigger TV, the flaws were magnified, the graininess, the washed-out colors, the way the edges blurred. The timestamp in the corner was off by 7 minutes, drifting, constantly correcting itself with a little hiccup. The whole thing had a slight fisheye warp, making the straight lines of walls and tables bow inward. From this angle, we saw most of the hall from high up in the front corner. Rows of tables, the stage, the main doors, people moving in miniature, heads without faces. "That's you," Dad said quietly after a few seconds, pointing with the remote. A small version of me moved through the lower right of the frame, carrying a stack of folding chairs to the back wall. Another one of me, 2 minutes later, stood by the drink table, refilling cups. It was strange, watching myself from above, seeing all the little gestures I did not know I made. The way I wiped my hands on my jeans, the way I tilted my head when someone called my name. We watched the party unfold again from that distant perch. Families arriving, little white puffs of breath visible when the door opened. Kids running in packs, leaving faint streaks of motion behind them. Dad crossing the stage, adjusting the mic stand, his body language tight even when his mouth was smiling. The part that had taken forever in real time slid past quickly in the footage. The restless half hour before 8 o'clock looked like a handful of jittery minutes here, sped up by my memory. Then the timestamp stuttered, corrected itself, and we reached the moment. From this angle, we could not see the side hallway, just the door itself along the right edge of the frame. It was a thin rectangle of darker gray set into the wall, unlabeled in the footage, but now unmistakable. The door opened. The camera did not pick up sound, but I could hear the slam anyway, ghosted in my head. The crowd's heads turned as one. Tiny arms went up. The man in the red suit stepped in. On screen, he was smaller than he had been in my memory. All of them were just shapes, really. Santa was a block of red and white, with 2 black stumps for legs and 2 white blobs for hands. The beard was a featureless smear. The hat was a triangle. If I had not been there, if I did not know what followed, I might have thought nothing of him. Grainy Santa enters Grainy Hall. Kids swarm. Laugh track plays. But I had been there. I knew what that block of red had carried out. I watched him move through the room from this God's eye view, the children's orbit shrinking and expanding around him as he walked. His path was almost straight, I realized now. He did not wander as much as I'd thought. He moved in a clear line from door to stage, with only slight detours to pat heads or shake hands. We watched him climb the steps, pick up the sack, heft it. On the screen, the bag was just a lighter gray bulge. It could have been empty for all the camera could tell. But I remembered the weight of it and the way his shoulders shifted, even in this bad footage. I caught my own tiny figure in the background, near the wall, stiff, a little hunched, watching. Dad leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees. The glow from the TV carved out hollows under his eyes. "Can you zoom?" I asked. He hit a button. The image jumped in, losing detail as it grew. The pixels thickened, little squares of color trying and failing to agree on what they were showing. Santa became a red and white mosaic. "Again," I said. "This is about as good as it's going to get," Dad warned, but he obliged. The frame now showed mostly the center of the hall, the knot of kids, the lower half of the stage, the slice of door and wall to the right. Santa, in the middle, was a block of shifting reds and grays, edges trembling with the camera's limitations. For a while, nothing new happened. He stood there. The kids flowed around him. Dad's smaller figure hovered near the stage with the mic. It was like watching a diorama come to life and then get stuck. Then we hit the moment I had not had the right angle to see that night. Santa, sack now, slung over his shoulder, paused near the center of the frame. His body turned slightly, adjusting to the weight. His head tilted down toward the kids at first. Then, just for a fraction of a second, he lifted his chin. The pixels rearranged. A pale smudge appeared where his face would be behind the beard. The hat brim shadowed the top of it. The beard obscured the bottom. Between them, two darker spots that might have been eyes lined up with the lens. It was subtle. If you blinked, you missed it. He looked straight into the camera. He did not hold the gaze, if you could call it that, for long. Maybe half a second. Long enough for a few frames to capture the shift. Long enough for my stomach to twist. "Did you see that?" I asked. Dad rewound a little, then hit play in slow motion. From this speed, the tiny movement was clearer. The head turning, the chin lifting, the subtle realignment of his center. The camera did not have the resolution to show expression, not really. The face was a cluster of gray and off-white squares. But something in the arrangement changed between one frame and the next. The line where the beard met the cheek ticked upward by a pixel or two, an almost imperceptible curve. Not a big grin, not a cartoon ho-ho-ho smile, just a tiny upward tilt, like someone trying not to laugh, or someone savoring a private joke. The frame after that, his head turned away again, already moving. The kids broke in front of him, obscuring his body. The sack pulled him toward the door. The moment was swallowed by the general motion. If you did not know exactly where to look, and when, you would never see it. In the dim living room, the only sound for a long time was the low murmur of the furnace and the faint crackle of the TV's cheap speakers. "He knew," I said finally. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears. He knew where the camera was. Dad's jaw clenched. He scrubbed a hand over his face. "Yeah," he said. "Looks that way." This was not some random angle accidentally caught, not some abstract blur. Whoever was under that suit had done their homework. They knew the layout, the doors, the routes, the dead camera over the side exit. And they knew this one, sad little front camera was working. So they gave it something, a glance, half a second of contact, a hint of a smile, a calling card hidden in the static. On the screen, the playback rolled on. The walk to the side door, the bag, the exit. From this angle, we did not see the engine or the lot or Tom tied outside. We just saw the red square move to the edge of the frame and vanish. Dad hit stop. The image froze on the empty hall, kids mid-motion, parents mid-gesture. Everything held in that one forever second before things went bad. "I keep thinking," Dad said quietly, staring at the screen. If I'd done one thing different." He did not finish. He did not have to. I had my own list of if-onlys. On the TV, the tiny frozen version of me stood by the wall, turned just slightly toward the camera, oblivious. In the dark reflection on the screen, overlaid with the grainy footage, I could see my real face staring back, older by a week and about 10 years at the same time. The furnace cycled off then, plunging the room into a heavier silence. Without its background rumble, the house felt too still. Somewhere in the kitchen, the fridge clicked and hummed louder to fill the gap. "Turn it off," I said. Dad did. The screen went black, our reflections briefly tighter and clearer before they were gone. For everyone else in town, the story ended there, with a news clip, a joke about Santa robbing Christmas. a shrug. For me, the ending was that half second of eye contact in a grainy video. A stranger in a stolen suit, looking straight into the only working camera in the room and smiling just enough to let us know. He saw us, he knew we would see him, and he was fine with leaving that piece behind, like a little gift we never asked for and can never give back. Life did not stop because one Santa walked out of a community hall with a sack of stolen gifts and my friend's blood on his sleeve. I finished that winter break, went back to college, took my exams. I moved out of Maple Ridge eventually, like I always said I would. I got a job in a different city, in a squat class office building off a busy arterial road. I learned to sit in traffic, to make small talk in elevators, to answer emails with phrases like circle back and touch base. On paper, things worked out fine. I rented a small apartment with thin walls and beige carpet. I bought my own groceries. I learned which nights the laundromat was least crowded. I made a few friends who knew me as the guy from Western Pennsylvania, not the guy whose town had that weird Christmas robbery that made the news once. Most days, the memory of that night sat somewhere far down in the stack of things in my head. Work deadlines piled on top of it, rent, family calls, politics, weather, all the usual junk that fills up an adult brain. Then December would roll around, and everything on top would slide sideways. It started with office stuff. The first year at the new job, the HR woman sent out a cheerful email in November with a clip art reindeer in the corner. Mandatory holiday mixer, secret Santa and potluck. Exclamation point, smiley face. They strung lights across the drop ceiling in the break room. Someone put on a playlist of the same 5 songs you hear in every store from Thanksgiving onward. People wore sweaters with ironic Santas on them. Santa surfing, Santa dabbing, Santa lifting weights. We drew names from a bowl for Secret Santa. I got a guy from accounting who liked fantasy novels and cheap whiskey. I bought him a bottle and a paperback, wrapped them in red paper with little white trees. Ho, 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 my manager said when he handed out a gift card to the whole team. He did it with a wink, trying to land somewhere between joke and sincere. The sound hit my ears wrong. The pitch was too deep, just by a hair. The hose were a little too clipped. My shoulders went tight before I could tell them not to. My fingers curled around the edge of my paper plate until the cheap plastic bent. It was nothing, just a guy trying out a voice. It was off, but not that off. Nobody else so much as blinked. People laughed. Someone clinked a plastic cup against a coffee mug. I told myself to relax. The moment passed, but it left a little static in my head that did not fully clear. Outside of work, December was worse. You do not realize how many Santas the world deploys until you are actively trying not to see them. Mall Santas, store Santas, street corner Santas, real beards, fake beards, full suits, half suits, just a hat and a red jacket. Old men, middle-aged men, sometimes even women under the beard if you looked close enough. You tell yourself, most of them are exactly what they look like. Bored retirees, making some extra cash, volunteers raising money for charity, guys from the local Kiwanis club who got stuck with the suit that year and decided to lean into it. But once you have watched one of them lift his head and look into a camera like he is leaving a mark, something in your brain rewires itself. A Santa outside the grocery store becomes a coin flip. I avoided them when I could. If I saw a red coat near one entrance, I used the other. If I had to walk past, I kept my eyes on my phone, on my keys, on the ground. Sometimes they said the usual stuff in the usual voices. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Stay warm out there. The words slid over me like water off waxed paper. Harmless. Background noise. Sometimes one of them tried too hard. One December, 3 years after Maple Ridge, I was living in a mid-sized city with more chain stores than trees. It was a Tuesday night, a few days before Christmas. It had snowed earlier, just enough to turn the sidewalks slushy and rim the parking lot with dirty piles. I had put off grocery shopping until my fridge held nothing but condiments and half an onion in a plastic bag. By the time I got to the supermarket, it was late enough that the lot was mostly empty. The big red and white logo on the front of the building glowed against a sky that was more orange than black. Light pollution turning clouds into something sickly. A Salvation Army-style Santa stood near the sliding doors, just under the overhang, a red kettle on a tripod in front of him. The bell in his hand made a small, steady clink, clink, clink as he moved his wrist. He was bundled against the cold. Red coat? Sure, but bulkier than the one from my memories. More like a winter parka with white trim sewn on as an afterthought. The beard was obviously fake, too bright white, slightly askew. His boots were thick and practical, work boots, not costume ones. The hat slouched down over his ears. I clocked him from halfway across the lot and felt my shoulders do that automatic tightening again. Just a guy, I told myself. Just a charity bell ringer. Not even the same state. I pulled my coat tighter and kept walking, my breath puffing in front of me. The cart corral was empty. The metal handles were slick and cold when I grabbed one. The wheels squealed when I pushed it free. The bell kept clinking. I watched the ground as I approached, eyes on the slick spots where old snow had refrozen. I could see his boots in my peripheral vision, planted on the salt-streaked concrete. The bell came into full view, silver, a ding in the side. "Evening, buddy," he said. It hit me before I even looked up. The voice, that depth, not identical, no. This guy had more gravel in it, the slight wobble of someone a little older, maybe a little heavier. But the shape of the sound, the flatness of the vowels, the way the words came out on a straight line with no rise, no smile underneath, it was too close. My hands tightened instinctively on the cart handle. The metal bit into my fingers through my gloves. I made myself look up. He was older than the man in my memory, or at least he wore the years differently. His cheeks above the beard were ruddy from the cold, broken veins near the nose. The beard sagged a little on one side, exposing a bit of jawline that needed a shave. His hat was pulled down low, almost to his eyebrows. His eyes, though, they were the same kind of narrow, not squinting from the cold, not crinkled by amusement. Tight, focused. They flicked up to meet mine for half a second, polite human acknowledgement, then slid past me almost immediately. They skated over my shoulder, toward the glass doors, toward the interior of the store. Scanning, always scanning. "Hi," I managed. It came out hoarse. He gave the bell a little extra shake. The clink, 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 going slightly out of rhythm for a moment. "Stay warm," he said, same flat tone. I pushed the cart forward. The automatic doors sighed open in front of me, warm, bright air spilling out. The grocery store hum met me, refrigerators, distant music, the low murmur of the handful of other late shoppers. Behind me, the bell resumed its steady clink. I walked past the produce section, past the pyramid of oranges and the misting lettuce, straight to the end of an aisle where I could stop and lean my forearms on the cart handle. My heart was beating too fast for the amount of physical exertion involved in crossing a parking lot. "You're being ridiculous," I told myself. Different guy, different state, different everything. The world is full of men with deep voices and cheap costumes. The thing is, your body does not care much about statistics when your brain lights up a very specific memory and says, "Match." I finish shopping in a weird automaton mode. Grab bread, grab eggs, stand in line under the flickering fluorescent, nod when the cashier says, "Have a good night." The whole time, in the back of my awareness, that bell kept time. When I came back out, bags hanging from my hands, the spot under the overhang was empty. The kettle was gone. The man was gone. Only a faint trace of scuffed snow and a few stray salt crystals marked where he had stood. For a moment, I stood there in the icy air, bags digging into my fingers, looking at the blank patch of concrete. It was nothing, I told myself again, the words feeling thinner each time I repeated them. But that night, lying in my small apartment with the heater clicking on and off, and someone's TV murmur seeping through the wall, my brain kept replaying a short, low, "Evening, buddy," and the way his eyes had slid past me, not quite seeing me, already checking the doors, the lot, the angles. I realized with a stupid kind of clarity that December was never going to be just lights and songs and plastic reindeer again. It was always going to have that voice in it. The thing about that bell ringer outside the grocery store is, I tried really hard to file him under coincidence. I went to work the next day. I answered emails. I sat in meetings where people argued over fonts and Q4 numbers. I let the Santa voice live in the back of my head, like a bad song you hope will wear itself out if you do not sing along. 3 days later, on a Friday evening, I got home from work to the usual scene. The parking lot, dim under weak sodium lights, a line of cars with salt crusted along their sides, my breath hanging in front of me in short bursts. The building I lived in was one of those tired, 3-story places you find in every mid-range city. Brick front, cracked steps, lobby that smelled faintly of old mop water and someone's cooking from 2 hours ago. The mailboxes were just inside the front door, a metal grid of tiny doors, some with names neatly labeled, some with crooked strips of masking tape, some blank. Mine had no name, just the number stenciled half off center. There was an envelope sticking out of it, not jammed all the way in, not lying flat at the back. It was wedged, so a corner poked out just enough to catch the eye. No other box had mail hanging out like that. I felt the first small drop of that now familiar chill in my stomach. Up close, the envelope looked wrong in 1,000 small ways. No stamp in the top right corner, no postmark, no printed barcode from a sorting machine, just my name, written in block letters, and my apartment number underneath. The letters were neat, too neat, not fancy like cursive, not messy like someone scribbling in a hurry in the parking lot. They were the kind of careful capital letters you write when you want to be absolutely clear and absolutely anonymous. My hands felt suddenly clumsy as I unlocked the box. The little door clanked open, metal scraping metal. The envelope slid into my hand with a soft hiss. It was heavier than junk mail, lighter than a bill. I stood there for a second, in the dim lobby, the hallway heater rattling somewhere in the walls, the faint buzz of the fluorescent overhead filling the silence. A neighbor's TV murmured on the other side of a closed door down the hall, canned laughter and applause bleeding through. A woman from the third floor came in behind me, wrestled the front door shut against the draft, and gave me a polite nod on her way to the stairs. Her boots squeaked on the rubber treads. The sound of her climbing faded quickly. I slipped the envelope into my coat pocket without opening it and took the stairs to the second floor, each step a little more deliberate than usual. My apartment door stuck, as always, before the deadbolt gave with a reluctant thunk. I stepped into the narrow hallway, kicked the door closed behind me, and slid the locks home. 1, 2, habit. The apartment smelled like the coffee I had made that morning and forgotten to finish. The fridge hummed steadily in the small kitchen. The heater clicked on, pushed a wave of lukewarm air through the vent under the window. I set my keys on the counter, dropped my bag onto the one chair by the table, and finally pulled the envelope out. No return address on the back either. No logo in the corner. Just plain white, the flap sealed with a thin line of glue pressed down carefully. My name stared up at me from the front in those neat block letters. I realized my fingers were sweating. "Get a grip," I muttered, and tore the envelope open. There was only one thing inside. A single sheet of printer paper, folded twice. No letterhead, no watermark. I unfolded it and smoothed it on the table with both hands. It was a printed image. A still frame. A screenshot blown up and flattened into grayscale by a home printer. It took me a second to recognize it because of the angle. Then my stomach dropped. The community center hall. Our community center. Maple Ridge. The familiar bow of the ceiling, distended by the cheap camera lens. The stage, a fuzzy rectangle at the back. The heads of kids in clusters, round blurs near the bottom of the frame. Parents standing along the walls like shadows. And in the middle of it, a red and gray shape. The colors washed into each other by the bad print job. Santa, mid-turn, halfway between the stage and the side door. Sack blurring over his shoulder. Head tipped up just slightly toward the camera. Even in black and white, even smeared with pixelation and cheap ink, I knew the exact frame. The one from my dad's copy of the footage. The one we had replayed in our dark living room until it burned itself into the back of my eyes. The frame where he lifted his chin, where the pixels shifted just enough to make it look like he was smiling into the lens. On this printout, someone had taken a red pen and circled his head, not neat. The circle was a little crooked, like the hand that drew it had been moving fast, but it was deliberate, thick enough that the ink soaked into the paper in places, feathering at the edges. Below the circle, in those same block letters as on the envelope, someone had written, "Remember me?" I did not hear the fridge turn off so much as I felt it. 1 second it was humming, a low, constant presence in the background. The next, it clicked off, and the absence dropped over the kitchen like a lid. The heater's soft rush faded too, timing out. The vent sighed, then went still. The apartment fell into a kind of hard silence I only noticed because I had just heard those sounds. Even the upstairs neighbor's usual stomping was missing. For a few seconds, it felt like the building itself was holding its breath. From the hallway outside my door, footsteps passed by. Slow, one pair. Rubber soles on that thin apartment carpet, the sound dulled but not erased. They reached my door, paused, just for a heartbeat, and then continued on toward the stairs. I stood absolutely still, the paper open on the table in front of me, my hands flat on either side of it. My heart was pounding loud enough that I could feel it in my throat. I didn't move until I heard the downstairs lobby door open and shut. The faint rush of cold air that always sneaked under my threshold when that happened brushed my ankles. When I finally made myself breathe again, the first inhale was sharp and too big. The printed Santa stared up at me from the table, arrested in that half-second forever, chin lifted, pixels smudged into something that could be a smirk. Remember me? As if I could forget. My first instinct, after the panic receded enough to think, was that this was a sick joke. What other explanation was there? Some cops screwing around. Some kid at the community center who'd heard the story whispered along the bleachers and decided to be funny. Someone from town who remembered I'd been there and thought mailing me a ghost would be a good holiday prank. The thing about that theory was, very few people had that frame. Dad had his copy from the police. The police had theirs. Maybe one or two members of the Rotary Club who'd been in the inner circle for the whole mess had burned a copy to toss on the agenda at a meeting. That was about it. It had never been posted online. There was no viral clip, no YouTube breakdown of the creepy Santa robbery with freeze frames and red arrows. The paper had only run a still photo from outside and one of the hall that did not even show the guy's face. I picked the page up again. The ink from the red circle had bled just enough that it looked fuzzy at the edges, like it was still moving. My hand shook a little as I grabbed my phone and called my dad. He answered on the second ring, voice rough. "Hey kid, everything okay?" "Yeah," I said automatically. Then I swallowed. "Did you give anyone else that footage? Like, copies of it?" A pause. I could picture him frowning, leaning back in his chair. "You mean the flash drive Beaumont gave us?" he asked. "No, just you and me watched it. I brought it to one Rotary board meeting, showed them a minute or two on the projector, then took it home." "Why?" I stared at the Santa circle. "Did any of them get a copy?" I asked. "Like, did you email it around? Print frames?" "No," he said slowly. "Police told us not to. Chain of evidence and all that. Why? What's going on?" I hesitated. Telling him meant making it real. It meant dragging him into my apartment's quiet kitchen, onto this little island where a printed ghost sat on my table with ink still drying. "Somebody sent me a picture," I said finally, "of the footage, of that frame, with the Santa looking up." Dad was quiet for a beat. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. "Who?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "No return address, no stamp. It was just in my mailbox. Hand-delivered, I guess." Another pause. I could hear the faint tick of the clock in his kitchen through the phone, the soft rumble of his own fridge. "What's on it?" he asked. "Just that still," I said. They circled his face, wrote, "Remember me," under it. Dad exhaled, a sound that came out as a hiss over the line. "Could be some kid from town messing around," he said eventually, almost as if he was reciting something from a manual. "Somebody from the board, one of the officers. They've all seen that clip more times than they want to." "Would any of them know my address here?" I asked. He swallowed that question with another silence. "Not unless they went looking," he said, "or unless someone in the department pulled it, which they shouldn't. Which is, they wouldn't." The way he said it made it clear he did not believe it as firmly as he wanted to. We sat there, separated by a couple hundred miles and one hissy phone connection, Both of us, I think, looking at the same frame in our heads. If someone from the small list of people who had that footage was messing with me, that was bad enough. It meant someone sworn to help us had decided to turn our worst night into a private joke. If it was not one of them, if it was someone else, if it was the person in the suit who had somehow gotten hold of the footage the same way he had gotten everything else that night, then sending it to me here in a city where I thought I had left Maple Ridge behind was not a joke. It was an answer. After the envelope, sleep stopped being a thing that just happened. I still went to bed. I still turned off the lights, lay down, stared at the ceiling. But my brain refused to power down. It just dimmed a little and then sat there humming, like my laptop when I close the lid, but forget to actually shut it off. The printed frame with the red circle lived in a drawer by the fridge. I told myself putting it there was the same as getting rid of it. It was not. I knew exactly which drawer, exactly how many steps it would take to get to it in the dark. I started spending my nights at the kitchen table instead. Laptop open, curtains half drawn. The glow from the screen turning the cheap laminate into a pale, sick color. The hum of the fridge to my left. The occasional clunk from a neighbor above when they dropped something or moved a chair. I did what people do when their brains won't let something go. I started searching. At first, I just typed obvious things into the search bar. Santa robbery community center gifts stolen. Small town Christmas presents stolen from kids. Santa suit car theft, VFW Hall. The internet coughed up the usual junk. Clickbait headlines, weird local blog posts, a couple of articles about drunk mall Santas getting into fights, a YouTube compilation of holiday fails with way too much fake laughter. I refined the searches, narrowed by years, tried different angles. Charity Christmas event robbed Santa. Christmas party electronics stolen Santa suspect. That got me deeper into the local news swamps. Ugly websites with autoplay ads and grainy thumbnails. Half-broken archive pages for newspapers that barely existed anymore. Message boards with threads, 3 replies long and then dead. Most of it was noise. Petty thefts, shoplifting in Santa hats, porch pirates with no imagination. I could have closed the laptop and gone to bed, convinced myself I was chasing ghosts. Then I found the first one. It was a short article from a small paper in Ohio, the kind of layout that screams, "Intern wrote this." The headline was almost comically close to ours. Presents stolen from kids' party at VFW Hall. The details pinned me to the chair. Rural town, population barely 5 digits. Annual Christmas event at the local VFW, sponsored by a regional bank. Promises of high-value prizes for underprivileged kids. Santa appearance advertised on flyers around town. Halfway through the event, according to the article, Santa walked out with a sack full of gifts and disappeared. In this version, there was no documented assault, no Tom tied to a tree in the back. They just lost him. The suit, the sack, the guy wearing them, gone. No arrests. I clicked the one photo attached to the article. It was a still frame from a CCTV camera mounted near the ceiling, pointed at a side entrance to the VFW hall. The resolution was awful, worse than ours. The colors bled together. The timestamp was half cut off at the top. The door was open in the frame. Snow blurred the edges, white streaks against the darker bricks outside. A figure in a Santa suit was just stepping through, body halfway in, halfway out. One boot on the threshold, one still outside. Even in fuzz and static, the posture hit me. The shoulders were too straight. Not the loose, rounded slump of a guy leaning into a role, but the squared offset of someone on a job. The arms were held too close to the sides. The sack was visible as a grayish bulk, pulled against his back at the same angle I remembered from our hall. The suit itself looked cheap. Not in a costume store way, but in the same washed-out, overworn way ours had. Red leaning toward maroon, white fur at the edges already graying. Behind him, on the wall, was a banner. I had to zoom in so far the pixels turned into Lego blocks, but the logo was unmistakable. The same bank that had slapped its name all over our Maple Ridge flyers. Same stylized little tree, same font, same tagline about investing in community. It could have been a coincidence, I told myself. Banks sponsor a lot of things. Santas pop up everywhere in December. Cameras are bad everywhere. My stomach didn't buy it. I kept digging. Indiana next. Different year, same shape. This one was a church basement in a town I'd never heard of. Youth group Christmas, lock-in, raffles. Promised electronics as prizes. Bank logo on posters. In the background of a local news clip. Santa showed up late, according to the article. Wandered through the kids for a while. Then, in the confusion of a game, the lights went out for a few seconds longer than they should have. When they came back on, the raffle prize table was empty, the side door was closing, and Santa was nowhere to be seen. No arrests. The article mentioned security footage being reviewed by authorities, and then never followed up. I dug around on local forums, half-dead Facebook groups, anything that might have a still. All I got was one blurred screen capture shared by someone's cousin. A figure in red at the edge of a frame, shoulders too neat, posture too straight. New Jersey after that, a school fundraiser in a cafeteria. Bank-sponsored holiday technology giveaway. Santa promised in the flyer. Santa arrives. Santa leaves. Gifts gone. SUV missing from the staff lot. No arrests. It would have been easy to say I was connecting dots that were not there, that I was drawing constellations between unrelated stars, because humans are wired to see patterns in static. Then I went back to the Ohio article and read the comments. There were only 5. Most were some variation of disgusting and what is wrong with people, and one, probably an inside job. The last one was from a username that looked like an auto-generated jumble. My cousin was volunteering that night, it read. He said he heard someone yelling outside during the party, like help or something. Nobody else heard it. Cops told him it was probably some kids messing around in the lot. I stared at that line until the words blurred. Someone yelling outside, nobody else hearing, or nobody else listening. Police telling them it was nothing, a prank, a glitch in the night. It was like reading a slightly warped version of my own story on a page I'd never seen before. The fridge clicked on behind me, compressor rattling briefly before settling into a low hum. A car rolled past outside, tires hissing on wet asphalt. Somewhere in the building, pipes knocked as someone on another floor turned a faucet. The sounds felt distant, like they belonged to a different room. I scrolled back up through the article, back to the grainy surveillance still. The Santa figure frozen in the doorway, shoulders straight, stepping into a hall full of kids who thought they knew exactly what they were seeing. The banner with the bank logo flapped slightly in the blur. Edges lifted just enough that you could tell it was the cheap vinyl kind they reused for different events. I pictured the same marketing department sending out the same promotional package every year. Flyers, banners, talking points. Come one, come all. High-value gifts. Technology for every child. Santa on site. All a thief had to do was read. I opened a new tab, started a spreadsheet of all things. Town, state, year, location, VFW hall, church basement, school cafeteria, community center, sponsor, high-value gifts, Santa, side door, no arrests. I filled in the ones I had. Then I went back to searching. The pattern was not neat. Real life rarely is. Some stories were probably unrelated. Local idiots in costumes, one-off crimes without a grand design. But every time I found the combination of words that matched ours too closely, bank sponsor, electronics, Santa, side door, gone, it felt less like coincidence. It felt like a root. You do enough of this kind of digging, and your world shrinks down to the rectangle of your screen. The rest of the apartment fades. The sink full of dishes, the bed you should be in, the pile of laundry you keep kicking farther into the corner. The glow from the laptop makes the window into a mirror. Outside is just your own face reflecting back, ghostly and tired. On one forum, buried in a thread from 8 years ago about weird stuff at our holiday fundraiser, someone from Indiana mentioned that the police had asked them if they'd heard of similar incidents in other states. They hadn't. Now I had. I closed the laptop finally, the fan whirring down, the kitchen dropping into a softer darkness. The digital clock on the stove read 2:13 a.m. The fridge hummed, then shut off with a small click, leaving a momentary vacuum of sound. In that quiet, all the stories I had just read stacked themselves in my head like flyers on a bulletin board. VFW Hall in Ohio, church basement in Indiana, school cafeteria in New Jersey, our community center in Pennsylvania. Different towns, different years, same bones. Advertise that you're handing out something worth stealing. Tie it to a bank logo. Give people a time and a place. Make sure there will be a Santa suit involved. Wait for the night when everyone is looking in the same direction for the same jolly man. Then step into the suit and let their expectations do half the work. The part that stuck under my skin, though, was not the stolen gifts or the missing cars. It was that Ohio comment about a volunteer hearing someone cry for help outside while everyone else kept singing inside. Because that was the one detail that did not belong in a random, sloppy robbery. That was the detail that said, this is how they do it. Distract the room, isolate the man in the suit, drag him just far enough away that only one person in just the wrong spot hears what they are not supposed to, and then convince that person it was nothing. I stood there in my small, rented kitchen, the envelope with no stamp sitting in the trash, the printed Santa frame back in its drawer, and realized I was not staring at the story of one bad night in my hometown. I was staring at a route someone had been running for years, moving from town to town every few Christmases, following the same kind of flyers, the same kind of bank logos, the same blind trust. We like to think people like that haunt big cities, casinos, armored cars, places where the money is obvious. Turns out, you can make a decent living haunting holiday parties in places with cheap coffee, bad cameras, and kids who still believe the guy in the suit is there for them. I guess the first thing I should say, since this is going to end up in your inbox with 50 other true stories, is that I am not trying to sell anything. I am not writing a book. I am not pitching a movie. I do not want you to fix this, or tell me what to do next, or read the comments to me like some kind of group therapy. I am sending this to you because I need there to be a version of this night somewhere other than inside my own head. That is all. Right now, while I am typing this, I am in my apartment on the third floor of a tired building behind a strip mall off the highway. If I look out the living room window, I can see the back of a nail salon, a pizza place, and a tax prep office that is dark 10 months out of the year and suddenly lit up in March like it has been alive the whole time. The parking lot between us is half empty. 3 cars under a light, 1 more down by the dumpsters. A delivery truck idling near the loading dock. It is just after midnight. The hallway outside my door smells faintly like someone microwaved broccoli earlier and tried to cover it with air freshener. The walls are thin enough that I can hear my neighbor's TV through the drywall. Some crime show rerun. The same flat dialogue and canned music looping every 40 minutes. Inside this apartment, the soundtrack is always the same. The fridge in my little kitchen hums, rattles once, then settles into a low vibration that lives somewhere under my ribs if I sit still long enough. The heater clicks on with a hollow metallic sound, blows tepid air through the vent under the window, then shuts off with a sigh that feels almost human. Cars on the highway a few blocks away lay down a constant soft roar, like distant ocean that you stop hearing until you suddenly do. Every place has its own noise map. You do not notice it until something tears through it. For me, that tear happened in a cinder block hall in western Pennsylvania years ago when I was 19 and home from college and still believed that a Christmas party was, by default, one of the safest places in the world. You already heard that part, assuming you are reading these in order. The community center on Oak Lane, the bank-sponsored premium electronics for every child, the Santa suit that went missing before it ever touched the stage, the man in the suit who walked out with a sack of gifts and my friend's car, the tree behind the building, the rope, the blood on Tom's forehead, the number of times nobody got arrested for any of it. What I am trying to explain in this last chapter is what happens after. Not to the investigation. You already know how that went. Nowhere. Not to Tom's head. He survived, in the technical sense. He still shows up in the Rotary newsletter photos, smaller than he used to be, wearing hats that cover the scar on his eyebrow. I am talking about what happens inside your own life, when one night rewires it, and then the world just keeps going. I finished college. I got a job, then another. I moved to this city, into this building, behind this strip mall. I learned how to make rent, how to sit through meetings, how to pretend to be interested in fantasy football drafts I did not understand. On paper, I did what you were supposed to do. I moved on. But December has never been just December again. Every year, around Thanksgiving, the first emails start hitting my inbox. Holiday party, save the date. Secret Santa sign up. Company gift exchange guidelines, read carefully. HR prints little posters with clip art stockings and tapes them to the break room door. The same songs start leaking out of radios and store speakers. Tinny, overproduced versions of carols that have been beaten into submission. People ask each other the same questions. Going home for Christmas? Doing anything fun? Got your shopping done yet? I have canned answers to all of it. I can talk about flights and relatives and crowded airports like everybody else. I can stand in a kitchen at a work party with a plastic cup of punch in my hand and joke about how much weight I'm going to gain. What I do not talk about is the way my jaw tightens automatically every time somebody in the office puts on a Santa hat and tries the voice. It is stupid how fast it happens. Some guy from sales will put a pillow under his sweater, lean on the doorframe of a conference room, and drop his voice an octave. Ho, 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 he'll say, dragging it out, looking for the laugh, for the Instagram clip. If he pitches it too deep, flattens it just a little too much, my whole body reacts before my brain can remind it that this is just Dave from sales, not the man who walked out of Maple Ridge with a bag of stolen names. My shoulders lock, my fingers curl. The room feels, for half a second, like that hall again. Ceiling too low, air too thick, every breath tasting like bad coffee and panic. I smile. I roll my eyes. I walk away. I do not explain. I avoid certain kinds of events now. If a flyer says anything about premium electronics for the kids, or free tablets, or technology giveaway, I do not go. If there is a Santa suit involved and a sponsor logo on the poster in the same breath, I am out. Friends think I am just not a Christmas person. Some of them even approve. It is trendy in a way to hate the holidays. Too commercial, too loud, too much. That is not it. I think about that night at Maple Ridge every time I see a parent shepherding a kid toward a man in a red suit in a fluorescent lit room. I think about how easy we made it for them. The flyers, the schedule, the suit, the broken camera. How we lined up all the pieces and invited someone to walk them out the door. I also think about the envelope in my mailbox with no stamp, and the printed frame with the red circle, and the words, "Remember me," in careful block letters. I think about the other towns I found, hunched over my laptop at 2 a.m. The Ohio VFW Hall, the Indiana church basement, the New Jersey school fundraiser. Different years, same bones. Bank logo on the wall. Santa suit, side door, no arrests. One volunteer in one town, hearing one cry for help outside while everyone else kept singing. Some nights, those details drift to the back of my mind and stay there, like a bad dream you can almost shake off. Other nights, the apartment goes quiet all at once, and they come slamming back. If you have ever lived alone, you know the moment I mean. The fridge cycle ends. The heater clicks off. The neighbor's TV commercial break dips into silence. The highway noise outside thins for a second just by chance. A break in the traffic, a lull between trucks. Everything you have been ignoring drops away at the same time. For most people, it is just a peaceful little gap, a breath, a momentary pause in the machinery of their life. For me, that exact second is when my brain decides to roll tape. In that slot, my head fills in sounds that are not there. The jingle of bells, slightly off rhythm. A deep, flat, ho ho ho, spoken through clenched teeth. Tom's voice, ragged and too far away. Back here, please, back here. I can be standing at the sink, rinsing a plate, and suddenly I am back behind the dumpsters, flashlight shaking in my hand. I can be lying on the couch, the glow from my laptop fading, and my ears will strain against the quiet, listening for boots in the snow that is not outside this window. That is the real reason I am telling you all of this. Not because I think the man in the suit is lurking under my bed, or because I want your audience to tell me I am so strong in the comments, or because I believe some internet detective is going to crack the case after 10 minutes with Google. I am telling you because this is how far it reaches. A single night in a cheap community hall, a guy in a stolen Santa suit, a tree behind a building, and now, years later, I am sitting in a third-floor apartment in another state, listening to my fridge turn on and off like it is a metronome for someone else's joke. Somewhere out there, in some other town, another flyer is going up on a notice board. Another bank is cutting a check for holiday community engagement. Another Santa suit is being pulled out of a box and shaken out under bad fluorescent lights. Someone will tape a schedule to a wall. Someone will test a mic. Someone will say, "We've never had trouble here," and mean it. I am sending you this story so that when that comes around again, there is at least a record that says it did not start there. And that sometimes, when all the machines in your house take a breath at the same time, what steps into that silence is not peace. It is the sound you thought you left in another building, in another winter, in another life. This part did not happen years ago. This was last week, early December. The kind of day where it starts getting dark before you even leave work, where your body thinks it is 9 p.m. at 5:15. My manager had tossed me a last-minute errand. Pick up a gift card and some branded junk from a store in the mall for a client holiday package. The mall is one of those mid-sized, slowly dying ones off the interstate. You know the type. One anchor store closed and boarded up, the other hanging on out of sheer spite. Half the storefronts taken over by pop-up seasonal shops. The air always smells like a mix of pretzels, fryer grease, and whatever cheap perfume they are pushing that year. I parked near the least depressing entrance, the one by the bookstore, and stepped into that echo chamber of tile and glass and old music. The sound of a mall is its own kind of white noise. Footsteps on polished floor, overlapping and hollow. Distant pop songs from the ceiling speakers, thinned out by cheap wiring. The clatter of trays in the food court, metal scraping plastic. The whir and clack of escalators moving nobody in particular. The occasional burst of laughter from a cluster of teenagers. It all blurs into a kind of background static that you stop really hearing unless something cuts against it. I had my head down, hands in my coat pockets, thinking about the stupid holiday package and the emails I still needed to answer. I could see the big chain store I needed on the second level, its logo glowing sterile white against the dim upper mall. On the way there, I passed the central atrium where they always set up whatever seasonal thing they are pushing. Easter Bunny, back-to-school displays, Halloween selfie backdrops. In December, obviously, it is Santa's turn. From the second floor, I could see down into the open space. They had built a little fake North Pole at the bottom, white plastic fencing, fluff meant to be snow, a big red chair with curly arms. 2 fake trees with fiber optic lights blinked in slow waves. A line of parents snaked back from the fence, kids in coats half-zipped, clutching candy canes or stuffed animals. A printed sign on an easel announced, "Free photos with Santa, sponsored by bank name." Same logo, same slogan, same stylized little tree. My stomach tightened like a fist had grabbed it from the inside. I slowed just for a second, looked down at the line, the stage, the bright red shape in the chair. From this distance, he could have been any mall Santa in any mall in any mediocre town. Padded belly, white beard, hat tilted just so. A couple of teenage elves in green t-shirts and cheap pointy hats managed the flow, waving families forward one by one. I told myself it was just branding. Big regional banks sponsor everything. They slap their logos on 5Ks, school plays, food drives. That did not make every banner some kind of threat. I told myself that. And still, without really deciding to, I veered toward a side corridor. I could cut around by the shoe store, come at my chain store from the back, avoid walking right past the rail where the Santa setup was front and center. It added maybe 30 seconds to my trip. Worth it. I made it about 15 feet down that corridor before it happened. The noise of the mall rose and fell behind me in its usual messy waves. A kid somewhere shrieked with the high, awful joy kids have when they are hopped up on sugar. A blender roared briefly from a smoothie stand. Someone laughed too loud near the escalators. And over all of that, from the open space I had just turned away from, floated a line of words that did not belong in this building in this year at all. I'll be right back with your presence. That exact sentence. Same rhythm. Same cadence. Same little pause before right. Like he was about to say something else and changed it at the last second. For half a second, I honestly thought I was having an auditory flashback, that my brain had pulled a clip from the Maple Ridge night and dropped it into the present. Then the line was followed by a laugh. Not a big, booming, ho ho ho, not the forced jolly of a guy trying to chew the scenery for the kids. It was low, flat, coming out under the words rather than on top of them. A laugh that never opened its mouth all the way. It sounded exactly like the one my memory had been replaying for years. It hit me in the spine before it fully registered in my ears. I stopped walking. The tiles under my shoes felt suddenly slicker, like the floor had tilted a degree or two, and I had not compensated yet. My hand went out to the glass of the storefront next to me without my permission, fingers pressing against a display of boots I did not see. The corridor around me went a little fuzzy, the other shoppers blurring into moving smears at the edge of my vision. The words themselves were harmless, technically. Any Santa could say something like that. I'll be right back with your presents. It is generic. It is safe. It is nothing. But in my life, only one man in one suit has said that exact line in a room full of kids, with that exact flatness in his voice, before walking out with a bag of stolen names. I turned back toward the center of the mall, moving before my brain had fully decided what the plan was. The railing ran along the edge of the second level, waist-high glass panels topped with a metal bar. I stepped up to it, fingers curling over the cold rail, and looked down. The holiday scene churned below. Parents with phones out, some crouching to get the right angle. An elf waving the next kid forward. A cluster of toddlers near the fence craning their necks to get a better look. The fake snow around the chair scuffed where 100 boots had tromped through it. Santa sat in the big red chair, leaning down toward a boy who stood to one side holding a wrapped box, probably a prop. Santa's gloved hand was raised in some mid-gesture, fingers curled like he had just been pointing at something. The hat was pulled low, the beard thick and too white. From this height, the whole scene looked almost exactly like that frozen frame from Maple Ridge. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my gums. I scanned the scene, my eyes trying to catch something. Posture, shoulders, the angle of the head. I could not hear any individual voices from up here. The mall noise blurred everything into one roar again. No repeat of that line, no laugh, just movement. Then Santa's head turned, slowly, not toward the kid by the chair, not toward the parent with the phone, up toward the second level, toward the railing, toward me. For a heartbeat, his face aligned with mine. I could not see his eyes. There were too many reflections. The bright white overhead lights bouncing off the glass panels, the shine of the fake snow, the glare off someone's phone screen as they moved. The beard masked everything below the nose. The hat shadowed the upper part of his face. but I felt, in an animal part of me, like he was looking right at where I stood, fingers white on the metal rail. I took one small step back. In that exact moment, the mall PA system crackled to life. You know that sound, the sudden burst of static and hum when an old speaker kicks on, like somebody stepping on dry leaves inside your skull. It swallowed everything else. The music cut out mid-chorus. The conversations became moving mouths under a wash of noise. A too cheerful voice came over the system, slightly distorted. Attention shoppers, just a reminder that our holiday hours this weekend will be... The announcement went on, too loud and too bright, rattling around the atrium. It had that weird artificial echo all mall announcements have, like it was being piped in from somewhere far away and bounced off every surface twice. I stood there with the rail under my fingers, listening without hearing, my eyes still on the stage below. By the time the announcement ended, and thank you for shopping with us this holiday season, and the speakers popped off with that little dying hiss, the sound in the mall rushed back in to fill the space. So did the silence on the stage. The red chair was empty. No Santa. No kid with a prop box. No line at the fence. Just one elf bent over a plastic crate, shoving stray pieces of fake snow and garlands into it with jerky movements. The other decor was still there. The trees, the fence, the sign with the bank logo. But the man in the red suit was gone. It was the kind of thing that probably had a totally normal explanation. Maybe his shift ended right then, and they took a break while the announcement was playing. Maybe Santa stepped behind the backdrop to get a drink of water, adjust his beard, complain about his back. Maybe the line had just naturally dried up for the night. Maybe 100 mundane things. From where I stood, though, all it looked like was a sentence from another winter, dropped into this one. A laugh I should not have been able to recognize, but did. A man in red looking up toward a face on a railing and then stepping out of sight while the speakers screamed something no one cared about. I did not go down to check. I did not walk around to the lower level and peek behind the backdrop like a rational person gathering evidence. I turned and walked to the chain store like I was on a track, picked up what I needed, paid, and left. In the car, on the way home, the radio was playing Christmas music, the same 3 songs rearranged in different costumes. One of them had a fake jolly laugh at the beginning, a recorded ho 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 spliced in over sleigh bells. I turned it off, drove the rest of the way in silence, listened without wanting to, for that voice to thread itself into the quiet again. You, right now, are playing the part I used to play. Maybe you are in your bedroom, lying on your side, phone on the pillow next to you, one earbud in, one out, AC humming in the corner, the soft rush of air filling the background like white noise. Maybe you are on your couch, lights off, except for the TV glow, this video minimized while some recommended nonsense scrolls by on the side. Your fridge is doing that thing where it rattles a little before it settles, cycling on and off just loud enough that you only notice when it stops. Maybe you are at a cheap desk in a small apartment, sitting in a chair that hurts your back, headphones on, fingers resting on your mouse or your keyboard while you tell yourself you will shut this off after just one more story. Whatever the room looks like, I can guess a few things. There is something mechanical making noise nearby. A fan, a heater, an AC unit, a fridge, a computer tower. There is some version of traffic outside. cars, buses, late-night delivery trucks. Maybe a neighbor's TV muttering through the wall, or footsteps overhead every so often. You are surrounded by small, ordinary sounds that mean nothing is wrong. I am not here to tell you that you should never go to a Christmas event again. I am not going to tell you to rip your kids out of the line at the mall, or boycott every charity with a Santa on the flyer, or unplug your lights and sit in the dark every December. That is not the point. I just want you to know how simple it was. One night, one old community center in a town most people will never hear about, one bank that wanted its name on a banner, one promise of premium electronics for every child, printed in big letters and taped in every diner window and school hallway. We built the entire thing for them. We told everyone in driving distance, here is the time, here is the place, here is exactly how much the night is worth in dollars. We guaranteed there would be hundreds of kids in one room, all distracted by the same thing at the same time. We guaranteed there would be at least one man in a suit whose face nobody really questioned. All they had to do was read. They learned the schedule from the flyers. They learned my dad's name from a board listing event coordinators near the door. They learned when Tom would step out alone to put on the suit, because we put that in our own plan. They learned which camera was broken, because no one had ever bothered to fix it. They put on the costume, walked in, smiled for the crowd, said one line into a microphone, and walked out with thousands of dollars in hardware while a man bled into the bark of a tree just far enough away that only one kid by the dumpsters heard him. The thing you should pay attention to is not the horror movie stuff, not the envelope with no stamp, not the printed frame with "Remember Me" written under it, not the maybe Santa at the mall last week. Pay attention to the flyers. Anytime you see a poster or a Facebook event bragging loudly about free laptops, game consoles, high-value electronics for every child, ask yourself, who else is reading that beside the parents and the volunteers? Because somewhere, in some other town, there is a guy scrolling through local pages looking for exactly those words. He has no interest in your kids' selfies with Santa. He is interested in the part in bold print and the logo at the bottom. You might still go. You might still stand in line. You might still drink the bad coffee and clap when someone in a red suit walks through a side door with a sack over his shoulder. I am not telling you not to. I am just telling you that you will not be the only one who saw that flyer. Right now, while you are listening to this, I am sitting at my own kitchen table. The laptop is open in front of me. Your channel on the screen. A blank email draft, half filled with words I keep retyping. The blue glow paints my fingers and the cheap wood grain of the table. There is a ring from a mug near my elbow, coffee long gone cold. The rest of the apartment is mostly dark. I turned the overhead light off a while ago. There is one lamp on in the living room, over by the couch, throwing a cone of yellow that does not quite reach the hallway. Outside my window, the parking lot behind the strip mall is down to 3 cars. One is mine. One is an old silver sedan that belongs to the woman downstairs. The third I do not recognize. A single streetlight buzzes and flickers at the far edge of the lot, making the snow piles look blue at the edges. If I lean a little in my chair, I can see the back door to the nail salon and the dumpsters next to it. I do not lean. The fridge behind me is humming, a low, steady sound. The heater kicked on a few minutes ago, blowing air that smells faintly like dust through the vent under the window. Somewhere in the building, water is running. Someone showering late, pipes knocking softly in the walls. I am telling you this part because it matters what the room sounds like right before something changes. You know how sometimes all the noise in your place lines up wrong. One machine shuts off a second before another one kicks in, and there is this weird, flat stretch of pure quiet that lasts just a little too long. Long enough for your brain to notice that everything is off, even if you do not know why. It happens while I am writing this. In the middle of this sentence, the fridge hum stutters and dies. The motor spins down with a faint falling whine. A beat later, the heater clicks off, the blower giving one last soft sigh as it winds out its cycle. The pipes stop knocking. The neighbor's TV cuts to commercial, and the volume dips. For the first time all night, the apartment goes completely silent. It is not a peaceful silence. It is the same texture as the one in the community center, just before the side door slammed open. The same texture as the quiet behind the dumpsters, before Tom's voice ripped through it. My fingers freeze on the keyboard. In that silence, I hear footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Not running, not shuffling. Slow, measured steps on cheap carpet. The weight of a single person moving past one door, then the next. They sound close, closer than usual. Like whoever it is hugging the wall, passing right by the thin stretch of wood and metal that separates my little kitchen from the dim corridor. There is a faint jingle layered into the sound. Not loud, not the cheery clatter of a full set of bells being shaken for a donation bucket. Just a small, irregular brush of metal against metal, like a couple of charms on a key ring, or a few tiny bells hanging off a zipper pull. They move with the footsteps, soft, deliberate. I tell myself it is someone's keys, someone's dog's collar, someone's whatever. The steps stop right outside my door. The apartment is so quiet now I can hear my own heartbeat in my ears. For a second, nothing happens. Then, very low, through the wood and the cheap insulation, or maybe entirely inside my own skull, I hear a voice. Ho, ho, ho. 3 syllables, almost a whisper. No smile in it at all. I sit there and stare at the door. There is a shadow at the bottom where the hallway light sneaks in. A thin bar of dim yellow, broken only where the carpet bunches. The peephole is a dark coin in the center, empty from this side. Every instinct I have from every horror movie I have ever half-watched says, get up, look, check, do something. I do not move. I keep my hands on the laptop. I keep my eyes on the door from where I am. My breathing stays as quiet as I can make it. I am not getting up to check this time. I already looked once for all of us. On the other side of the door, something taps the wood. Twice. Not hard, not pounding, not demanding. Just a gloved knuckle kind of knock, soft and dull, like someone testing the thickness. Then the footsteps start again. Soft, steady, moving away down the hall. They fade toward the stairs. The building stays silent for a long moment, like it is waiting to see if anything else will happen. Eventually, the heater kicks back on with a click. The fridge hums. Somewhere above me, someone laughs at something on TV. Outside, a car door slams, and an engine turns over. I save the file. I attach it to this email, to this message, to this whatever you are hearing it as. I do not check the peephole. I do not rewind the hallway camera on the app the landlord never set a password for. I do not call the cops and try to explain that a decades-old voice followed me into a new building. By the time you hear this, it will be December again for someone, somewhere. The flyers will go up, the logos will be printed, the songs will start leaking out of every ceiling speaker. Kids will be told to line up in their best sweaters for premium gifts and free photos with Santa. The bells will ring, and somebody in a suit that does not quite fit will be watching the doors.